Yo, 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 yo. Today we are balancing weapons. Yay! To make it effective, we should start with a baseline of what kind of damage we want per level, and then aim to hit those numbers once we got that. Let's clean up this task list. Okay, the most basic weapon will be the machine gun. And we could try to figure out like what's the best time to kill in the first wave and go from there. The time to kill, I mean a normal enemy. How long should you hit him? Probably weak spot. Before he dies. So just have to remember that not all enemies have weak spots. So for example, an enemy with 300 health, no weak spot, will have 6 times the time to kill compared to the normal enemy with a weak spot. Let's do 100 health. Time to kill. Wave 1. So X, what is X here? Probably around 2 to 4 seconds. That's to 4 seconds, that means 2 seconds weak spot. That also means that the big armored enemies would take 12 seconds. This should be more than enough to have the player feel weak in the beginning. And let's see, we were aiming for a wave duration of like 30 second-ish. 4 seconds TTK. Time to kill. That gives us like 7 enemies. And that is not considering the player having to aim and everything. But this is with a single weapon though. The player might be able to afford more than one weapon for the first wave. Let's double it. I think it's too much, but we'll see. Of course, it also depends, like how fast are we going to let the player acquire all the weapons. We want 25 DPS from on the first weapons, I guess. I'm gonna mix in some economy here and say we want player to afford at least one weapon, but obviously one. But am I gonna be able to balance it so we can only afford one? And what if he picks one of the weapons that is not effective against wave 1? It's easier if they can afford 2 weapons. And since machine gun is going to be the most effective probably, level 1, let's do a 30 DPS like with the main weapon 30 DPS and 20 DPS with the offhand weapon, okay? Something like this. So we aim for getting 15 enemies for level 1. Is that a lot or a little? No, we aim for more like 7, I guess. Maybe even 6. 6 is 24 seconds if you constantly DPS. Let's assume that the player use a couple of seconds to find the first target, at least 3 seconds. And then always have some time in between each target he swaps to, like 1 second. That's already 6 plus 3, 9 seconds on top of 24 from just the time to kill. I think 6 is going to be perfect. All right, something like this. We also, I think we'll keep it at level 1 for now, wave 1. Okay, what kind of enemies do we want wave 1? Guess that doesn't matter. What we want is 600 health. or total health of enemies 600. But if you have 50 DPS with 2 weapons, that means these guys dies in 2 seconds. We should give them 200 health, right? Okay. 1200 health. Wave 1. Two weapon before wave 1. If they are good, 3. They eco greed. 1 weapon. And 24 seconds extra. Kill the wave. Or 20 maybe. Depends. I think the Excel sheet is actually pretty good for a bit white. Can we do dark mode? Okay. So here are our weapons. Is the weapon data? We have the machine gun, laser gun, missile launcher, and piercing, homing, whatever. I think the first step is figuring out like what scalars do we want. On the weapons, the machine gun, I think I want fire rate, damage, and possibly nothing else in the beginning. Like the very simplest weapon. Of course, 1 multi-shot, that just means 1 shot actually. Okay, per level, nothing yet on anything. Yeah, 1 is fine. Okay, let's copy this. Remove the scaling of the fire rate. Fire rate base, put it to 2 seconds. One multi-shot is fine. Okay, and then AoE on this one. Piercing homing again, copy. Fire rate here doesn't really matter. Or the piercing homing weapon is very hard to balance in this Excel sheet because of special interactions. We'll see how we do that. Honestly, a potential design of the piercing homing missiles, just to make it easier to balance, would be always or increase damage every X seconds, where every fire rate to reset when damage is dealt. So by adjusting the damage all the time, we have a consistent damage. Because the thing with this weapon is that it has an inconsistent time between each time it deals damage. It's when it pierces the enemy. And also while it's inside the enemy, if it's a large enemy, it deals constant damage while it's traveling around in the enemy. If we increase the damage by the fire rate all the time, it will basically look like this. Let's say 3 seconds with no damage, you could have like 6 damage, which it does on the next hit. 1 second without damage, then he would have like 2 damage, right? Built up, and he will execute this when he hits. That might be a good solution. It will be confusing to players when this weapon deals a very different amount of damage. But they have a DPS meter, which tells the truth if they want to. So I think we should actually go with this potential design right here. And the missile launcher, we should also make it area of effect. Okay. So let's aim to get 30 DPS with the machine gun. It is set to hit 5 times a second. and has 1 damage. Increase this to 6, that should be 30 DPS. Value matrix. Single target. Oh yeah. Let me see. Raw damage 6, fire rate multi 1.9. Huh. Let's see. Fire rate base is 0.2. The scaling of 0.9. That should already put it at like more than 5 multi. Because it shoots more than 5 times a second. E5, F5. E5, F5. Ah, the initial calculation here is wrong. 2 minus weapon data. Okay, so I guess it's 1 divided by attack speed, right? Like if you have, yeah, 5.5 sounds right. Because if you have, say you have like 3 hits per second, right? Then you have 0.33 attack speed. Yeah, that brings you to 3. Now it's right. Can we just copy this? Work here as well? No. Okay. E6, F6. Okay. See the problem? I actually think this is right. And here we do 1 divided by this. 0.25, that's right for the homing. Let's see, B34. B34. On what sheet? Isn't level. Yeah, that seems right. And 1 divided by open data. Okay. 44. Right. Now we have 33 DPS. That's good. Any lower than this, and we would have. I should do it as a base damage though. $27.5. Maybe that's good. Next up is laser gun. We'll keep a similar fire rate base. What's special about the laser gun is the ramp. The laser gun ramps over time. We want, depending on the ramp time, we want it to hit like probably 20 DPS on a normal enemy or something. So value matrix. Let's make a note section here as well. Now, laser gun will lean more and more towards being strong against the strong health enemies, but it will have like decent effect on wave 1 as well. I think it's fine like this. If it's maybe it's 50% more. Or is that too little? The 4-second time to kill on a normal enemy, that's 12 seconds on a strong enemy. If both machine gun and laser hit the strong enemy. That's like 6 seconds. I'm just thinking, when does the laser hit full ramp, you know? Compared to how fast does the enemies die. I think actually it could be double. Let's try that to begin with. Like this. Okay. Minimum ramp is like 0.5. Like the design of the laser gun could be either ramp time and power increase per level, or only ramp power increase per level. Ramp stays the same, DPS increases. This is the boring one that is easy to balance. This is the most powerful one. That means that also the ramp power can't be excessive. This is the most fun one, probably, as it will be the most impactful against strong enemies, but weaker against weak enemies. Like, it's the most defining one. So with this one, we might allow ourselves to have it reach like 3 times the DPS of the machine gun, for example, when it's fully charged, because it has a long charge time, so the machine gun still has its place. In fact, the machine gun could be better on average, and the laser gun is like a boss killer or a heavy enemy killer. What we should be careful about here is that we don't actually lower the laser's damage per second on like a normal enemy, which could very fast happen. Like, basically, the faster the enemy dies, the less effective this is. Like, this is the TLDR, to be honest. The target dies fast, it's bad. If the target dies slow, it's good. What is slow? What is fast? Right? But because of this, I think this is very hard to balance. This one is still okay, at least. This one might actually make a bit more sense as well. The danger with this one is that the player will actually feel like it's a downgrade if the damage isn't upped enough, because the ramp will be slower. If the enemy dies fast, they will actually see smaller numbers from the laser. Instead, we could make this like one of the special upgrades for the laser. We have like, it's not on this sheet. Yeah, I forgot to make some notes here. Always forget. So yesterday we did target dummy, weapon balance, Excel sheet. We did armored enemy day before. We did scourge enemy here. Okay. Right, so we're gonna do them. Oh, I was gonna find the Excel sheet here. Weapons. Okay. Have the ascension here. Because we could do the same here. Let's just like mark it gray or something. A little less. Okay. Yeah, I already have it here. Like it's a potential choice you do when you ascend the weapon, that you get like much higher max ramp and ramp time. I should honestly add it here. What I could also do is check cell is not just color. I've used fill, I guess. Maybe I should move it to here. Can I copy like the entire? No. Can I open a Excel sheet in Google Sheets? Okay, I can do that. Then let's rename this to weapon nodes or weapon ascensions, I guess. Brainstorm, whatever. All these checked cells was a mistake. Normal. Normal. Sure. Let's save this. Let's go to our sheet. File, open. Import. weapon balance. This is not the updated version. Okay. Just delete. Now we try again. Here it is. Okay, nice. Perfect. Now we can close this forever. Work on it in the web browser. No commercials. So these two are looking pretty good. Now the missile launcher. Of course, it's a bit different. It has two drawbacks. It can overkill the enemy a lot because it shoots slow, right? Base fire rate is 2 seconds. That's drawback number 1, overkill. Drawback number 2, like it doesn't do well on single target because it's supposed to hit AoE, right? But if we keep the AoE pretty small, then we can make it a bit more reliable on single target. And then the ascension level could be like larger AoE, right? But I think this should still be like a small AoE, which makes it amazing against Scourge enemy. This one is quite good against everything, and especially good against the medium health. Laser gun, especially good against strong health. Missile launcher, especially good against Scourge. Piercing homing missile, all arounder. So what DPS should we aim for on this guy? Okay, so what we want is laser gun to hit about 200% of baseline. We want the missile launcher to hit 50 maybe. It's gonna feel very weak in the first wave. And it might be too punishing as well because of the slow fire rate, right? Maybe we should do 75% of baseline DPS. Like now you can say like, oh, it's only 25% worse than the 33% actually. Like it needs 33% more damage before it reaches the machine gun level. That doesn't sound like a lot. But then when you take into account that maybe you shoot them with another weapon, the enemy, and they fall down to like 3 health, and then this guy hits them for 3 damage, it's 2 seconds until he does damage again. Like he basically wasted like 2 seconds of DPS, right? And then this one is consistent, so maybe it's not so bad. Just to make a function out of it. I think I should rework the. Should I rework the homing system? Make it a little faster, maybe. I think I can do that right away, though. Like, lock on, lock on. Time to lock on. Just do 1 second. Okay. This is basically another version of the machine gun. Okay. I think I should hit like 90% of baseline DPS with this one. I think for us to have any chance of balancing this thing, I think I'm gonna immediately make the change regarding how it works here. So damage. Do we even pass the attack speed? Target damage speed, max range, start position, turn speed, weapon type. We don't, so. Okay, physics process. Damage, fire rate, and damage buildup. Damage buildup, like this. Yeah. Function damage buildup. That. Let's see. How should the calculation be? Guess we can calculate one-time damage per second. Fire rate. Damage per second. Load. And then when we initialize it here, damage and fire rate, we can do damage per second equals damage multiplied by 1 divided by fire rate. Let's say that's 2 damage and 0.2 fire rate. Then you multiply by 1 divided by 0.2 is 5, and you get 10 damage per second. It's very important this is correct though. Let me just check the GPT. Ah, it's the same as damage over fire. That makes sense. The damage times 1 is damage, right? Okay. Now what we can do, go down here. Damage per second multiplied by delta here, float. Go up here and we add delta there. Okay. Simple as that. I wonder if, since it's a one-liner, maybe just do it here. Let's take a quick look at how this works, right? About 3 DPS, 3-4. And what I'm hoping then is that if we start it from a bit outside here. Quickly reaches 3 DPS like that. It's hard to tell though. It reaches its target so fast anyways. With a new system, we could actually drop the overlap damage. And only count on the actual piercing. It's gonna make the missile cheaper, I guess. Because how does the overlap damage look? Damage, timer, if it's bigger than the interval, for every hurt box overlapping, apply hit damage. Yeah. It's 1 damage per hit. Are we able to... Guess if it lower the missile speed a lot, we should be able to immediately tell that the damage buildup is actually working. Here we go, player. How did I do this for the laser gun? Yeah, the laser gun behind. Okay, so we do missile launcher behind these. Here we do machine gun. And here, piercing home. Okay. This reminds me as well, I noticed the missile launcher could do with a little higher turn speed. Okay. Let's just do it like 2 speed, why not? The first hit should deal more than 1 damage, otherwise it doesn't work. Okay, so it didn't work. Of course it doesn't work because I didn't change what kind of damage is being dealt. And trigger area enter here. Area hit, apply damage. Damage built up. Good. That doesn't reset when it hits. That's unfortunate. Reset it here. Still, it only built up 1 damage on that traveling. That seemed kinda low, no? But what is the fire rate? It's 1. Okay, so if you do 0.2, for example. Yeah, now it was very noticeable, right? Now let's put it back to projectile speed 20. There we go. Okay. Back to the sheet. If this is going to be 90% of the baseline DPS, I wonder if it could be higher because you have to home in, like you have to lock on if you want to hit the weak spot. Ramp time. Increase DPS because ramp time. Lower DPS because requires no lock on or crit. But it's a trade-off. Because you have to aim. The question is, what's more valuable, having to not aim or being able to crit easier? We could be so boring, in fact, that we do this is equal to this. Times 0.9 here. And this is equal to this times 0.9. And then this is exactly equal to this. Let's put this to 0. Try to drag this. Okay, perfect. And in the value matrix, piercing homing 0. Weird. Here it's correct. Here it's wrong. Maybe I can't do that. No, that wasn't the problem. Okay. Weird. Let's do 2-second timer delay on this one, and then let's do base damage. If it's 75% of this, then it should be like with these baseline. Actually, if I get them right, I could actually just only change the machine gun, have all the others change based on the machine gun. If I make good enough functions for it. Let me think. This is 27 deeps, right? No. That's 54 damage. But that's an ugly number, so let's do 50. Here we go. Now this one we could see ended up correct as well. Let's delete this line. Or it seems kind of right. And this seems right. If A10 is nothing, K3, K. K3. Oops. I don't know why this didn't work. Let's say that we copy this entire thing down here. Work done? No. That means it's nothing to do with that part. Bit high DPS actually. Let's even have a look at it. I'll start tweaking the ones we got. Oh, here. That's in the machine gun. Can do base damage 5, scale per level, for now 0. Base fire rate 1 per level 0.9. This multi-shot 1, of course. Okay. Next up is the laser gun. That base damage 5, 4, 2. This. This. Fire rate per level multi should be 1, I guess. And the machine gun as well. Oh no, it's 0.9. Fine. Here, minimum RAM, maximum RAM. Base ramp time 4 seconds. Fire rate 2.2. Level multi 1. Okay. think that's good. Missile launcher. Base damage 14. Damage per level, nothing yet. Fire rate 2. 1 per level. Max range 30. Critical speed. Base multi-shot 1. Per level, nothing. Okay. And then finally the piercing. Homing. What is going on here? Up with this piercing thing. Missile launcher mesh. Missile launcher. Piercing homing weapon. Mesh. This one is the mesh, sorry. Okay. Machine gun. Laser gun, laser gun. Missile launcher. Missile launcher. Okay. Now I think it's right. The base damage. Look here. .5. Base fire rate. 2. We're basically just mimicking the machine gun here. Max range. Let's put this one to 30 as well. Speed, fine. Projectile speed per level, nothing.
Look at all them numbers.
Oh yeah. Gotta love those numbers, man. I missed your message, Imperial, sorry. Hello. Yeah, Gator, we are on our way to balance weapons. Isn't that joy to watch? Okay. Like I put my goals for the weapons here based on their drawbacks and benefits. So if I shoot the target dummy for X amounts of seconds, I want to reach about...
My power went out last night for 8 hours, not like this, I almost had to. Read a book, no jock, Gator scared, lol.
Oh, damn. 8 hours. I hope you had your phone. %, 75%. Yeah, so the laser should do double damage of the machine gun after a long time, while the missile launcher should be 75% of the machine gun, and this piercing homing should be 90% of the machine gun. And this is without hitting weak spots, I believe. Um,
Yeah, LOL used my phone as a hotspot and watched low residential YouTube videos. Little under 1 GB of data for the 8 hours.
Oh, not bad, not bad. Do you not have like unlimited data on mobile from where you're from? Value matrix, A10. This one. Okay, piercing homing. Is it like here? Kind of impressive that it found it so fast. The error in the entire Excel sheet here. Was there like a space at the end here? Pretty good. Laser, piercing, missile. This. And then reset damage meter. Fire. What did I do with the attack speed of this machine gun? Jeez. Base fire rate 0.2, please.
No, the company I'm with does not have unlimited data plan.
I see, I see. Looks like it's pretty okay. The only thing I'm a bit worried about is the DPS of the laser gun. It seems kind of low. Low. So the machine gun is at 26. The laser gun is at 38. I guess I can reset the damage meter here. Yeah, so 2638. The missile launcher and homing arrows I think is in a good spot.
But I don't go out much, so data is only useful for me the odd time I'm out if I need it or outages.
Yeah, then it's best not to waste money on a expensive data plan, right? Okay. So what happened there? We have the missile launcher. Now the laser gun here. All of them are slightly lower than this, I guess, but the most prevalent one, like the laser gun, was very far off. 52. What did we put here? 4, 0.2, 1, 1. Laser gun, base damage 4, 0.2, 1, 1. 0.5 to 2. Max ramp is 2. Yeah, but there's something wrong with the calculation there, right? Because the ramp multi here shows as 2.6. I made like a multiplier on how much the ramp was worth. Okay. How does it look without that one? It's higher. Ramp multi. That's 1 plus. Can remove that one. Okay. This is the one I want, I think. Let's just make sure it scales properly with the levels. Yes, okay. So that's laser gun 5. Now it's better. Then the question is, I currently add the per level thing on level 1 as well. I don't think I should. Here, damage per level. I think. So then it's times 0 here. Power of something to 0 is 1, I think, which makes this correct. This is 0. This is 0, 0, 0. 0, 0, 0, 0. Okay. %. Nice. Ramp time and base ramp time. Those should be switched. Ramp, base, that. Okay, save. And okay. Yeah, of course the machine gun is a little lower now. I have to redo the calculations in my spreadsheet as well. Now it's correct. Like laser gun is double of machine gun. Missile launcher is about 75% of the machine gun. 20. A bit more actually. That's fine. Then we have the piercing homing missiles. I didn't turn them on or what? They are on. But they never fired. Piercing. Range 30. Weapon route. This one. Weapon type. Okay, so the weapon does activate. Doesn't fire. What's up with that? Area target selector, targets enemies. Weapon active. Max projectiles reached. That must be it. That's max projectiles per level. 1, right. So instead want to have the base at 1. There we go. I don't think I need more debugging than that. Or maybe I do. Come on. Piercing homing. Why you no work?
Why no work? Is projectile of type gens crease 9 kek.
Wait. Did it just work at a higher level? Gen C. Must be it. Level 1. Doesn't work. Level 2. Does work. So is it still per level then, or what? Base, max projectiles should be 1 now. Base, max. Max projectiles equals base max plus max projectiles per level. Let's see. Max projectiles is 1. Okay. Active projectiles. Active projectiles is 0. Okay. What? What? Here. God damn it. Fixed it. Okay, it's looking good. Hmm. Hmm. Now that we got our like baseline damage for wave 1, what we could work on is making sure the enemy's total health is like approximately what it needs to be to give us like a 30-second kill time. The missile launcher does need to be implemented with the area of effect still. Okay. This one I fixed. This one we did. $50 DPS with 2 weapons. That's approximately correct now. So we want basic enemies with 200 health in wave 1. Let's do the same the wave scaling with health as we did with the weapons that we don't scale at wave 1. Make it a bit more intuitive. Basic health scale per health. Let's wave float 1 plus wave number minus 1. Um, no basic enemy. Health 200. You could also half all the DPS to have it 100 health. That's like a nicer number to start with, but whatever. Enemy armored, health 600. I wonder what the most common form of like setting the enemies in a wave is when doing a tower defense or a base defense like this. Hmm. Like we could do like total health equals X and then distribute enemies until total health is reached. I mean roll random enemies until health is reached, you know? That's a possibility. That way we will have a bit of RNG on what kind of like types of enemies you see. And of course you could do like
Please tell me you are already up, not still up. Laughing
that's right, Ice Reaper. This is the first week in a while where I had my schedule in order. So that's good. How are you doing, man? Hit enemies until total health is
At
reached.
Ice Reaper DE bro doesn't have a sleep schedule.
Usually not. That's true. Welcome, Stall 90. Glad to see you. Certain enemies could have wave thresholds before they spawn. So you have this. This is like one type of generation we could use, I guess. With this, the waves, how they look, will vary because it's a bit of RNG on what kind of enemies you see, but you will never see
I
a
saw. I bet.
Good. Ban those bots. I think this is an okay version. So this, what should we call this? This is like RNG, but correct max total health, I guess. Then we have like completely manual, reset waves. I did write a bit about this earlier though, like the manual waves, the automatic waves, and then special waves can roll. For example, let's say we do this one, right? RNG, but then there's chance to roll wave type, special wave. That could be, for example, armored enemies, elite enemies, Scourge, like Worm, right? So overall, there would be like bit of variation on what kind of enemies you see, but on top of that, there could be like fun waves, special waves, which has double health, half the enemies, double enemies, half the health, uh, only armored enemies, like different types of special waves, right? Probably also after does not trigger until after wave X. At least like the waves with special enemies only, right? Armored enemies. If they start coming at wave 4, this shouldn't trigger before wave 4, I guess. Well, these two, I suppose, could be at wave 1, no problem. Yeah, I'm starting to like this idea. And then, of course, specific waves are always boss waves. Let's see, what did we write about the waves before? Waves. Did I miss it? Here. Special wave. Swarm and Elite. Primarily enemies of type. Primarily or only enemies of type X. Okay, so since we're starting like the generation of waves. Not sure. Either I go completely into wave generation and like try to set up how they're gonna work, or I just spawn in like 7 basic enemies at wave 1 to test if the DPS is at the right spot right now. Oh. While we're thinking if we should do the wave generation or not, we could just run a little test because it takes like 2 seconds to set up. You have the enemy spawner. Then we just do basic enemies like that. And how many did we want? 1200 health. That's 6 basic enemies. Yeah, that's it. Let's spawn them in after like 30 seconds. Then the goal is that we're able to kill them in 30 seconds with 2 weapons. Quite easily. Let's do these 2, right? I should probably move that target dummy though. So the piercing homing missile doesn't accidentally start hitting that. Here we go. Basic enemy, die. Come on, piercing homing missile. Get out there. Oh, you're there already. Okay. And then we have this lock-on function. Oh, that's the target dummy, fuck's sake. Yeah, but you see, we killed it pretty much exactly on time. Of course, this is what I want as well. Like I didn't play optimally, and it took about 30 seconds. So that's what I want. If you play optimally, maybe you do it in 20. If you play bad, maybe you do it in 40. So the mediocre player should get it in 30 seconds. So world, let's target dummy, man. Get out of there. Well, I guess I'll just hide him. Just gonna check that the weapons doesn't still fire at him. They do? Okay. And we have to move him or disable his hitbox, I guess. Let's just move him over here for now. Okay, so what can we do now? We can either go into wave generation, or we can try to manage the economic side so that we can afford 2 weapons before level 1. Really? Let me see how long it takes to do level 1 with like the weapons that I think is the weakest against level 1. So missile launcher is definitely weak. Either the laser or the piercing. Do the piercing. We're gonna use 0 lock-ons, and we're just gonna let the player automatically fire. So now it's been 30 seconds. I think everything died actually exactly at 30 seconds. The 30 seconds is like if you're on time, 30 seconds is actually very doable. Let's try this one. This combination laser is gonna have less effect than it should, because the enemy is always gonna die faster than the laser can ramp up. It was 15. It's one more. Yeah, 20 seconds. So only headshotting with these 2 weapons is very fast. One of the fast combinations, what would that be? Probably machine gun and piercing. And we control the piercing. We fire at headshots. I think would be fast. It was about the same. About the same. Let's try. Laser and piercing. weapons. The laser is kinda OP now. Should maybe up the ramp time a little bit. Oh, but it's still like approximately 20 seconds on that as well. So I think the balance of the weapons is in kind of a good spot. The missile launcher is going to be completely broken against those. Clusters of enemies once I get the AoE set up. Laser will be broken against heavy health. Maybe the machine gun needs to be a bit stronger. I don't want it to be like a must-have for wave 1 either. Okay, so we have two things we can work on. Let's just put our options up here. We have economy, or we have waves. Economy, we would be setting up and test like of a random speed, noise map, and do a few runs at 90 seconds. Aim to afford 3 weapons, since we know a bit what we're doing, but usually most players should be able to afford 2. Three weapons or bit of eco grades. That's the question as well, like how much eco upgrade should be happening the first wave cycle. I think the economy is a bit more overwhelming right now because there's so many factors. Like once we set up the random seed and spawns, we have to try to figure out the cost of the weapons and the money gain. I guess what we could do is aim to earn X money. Set the price of economy upgrades and to afford buy economy upgrades and set weapons. So with the money we earn before wave 1, with the money we earn before wave 1, we would like to choose between 1, 2, 3, 4, any number of economy upgrades, and at the same time afford 1, 2, 3, 4 weapons. Probably 2. I'll just type 2 because that's what I balanced the wave for, right?
Who's Scratch, and why is he teaching you Godot?
Scratch. What is this joke? Scratch. Is that... No, I don't know where you get scratch from. Where does it say scratch? Okay. From scratch. Now I get it. God damn it. Learning Godot from scratch.
Kappa.
Very funny. Okay, so when we break it down like this, maybe it's not so bad.
Also, day 69. Nice.
Yeah, I was thinking that as well. Very nice. We have to make it a good day. So I'm trying to think, how can we break this down even easier? We know we're gonna afford 2 weapons. We want to afford 2 weapons. So that means that X money. X money equals weapon cost times 2 plus however many economy.
Ice Cube beam and 4 Skeletorban died laugh.
Yeah, very nice day number. Weapon cost times 2 plus Y times economy. Upgrade cost. Then I guess we could set how much money we would like to earn day 1. Let's say we want to earn 100 money. What should be the difference in price between the economy upgrades and the weapon upgrades, I wonder? I guess an important distinction is like how many weapons is the player gonna buy, and like how many is he gonna need? How many weapons is he gonna need, and how many economy upgrades are there? At least in the long run, this is something I should think about, I guess. I think I should avoid having it like it is 100% obvious that you're gonna buy 10 economy upgrades and 1 weapon. Like, I think it's important that this is a choice. Should you buy another weapon to kill the wave faster? Or should you buy another economy upgrade? Spend a little longer on the wave, but have a easier time mining and getting resources. This should be a choice for the player. There shouldn't be no obvious answer. Let's take for an example. Let's take wave 1 with only the machine gun, and look at the time to kill everything. I spent about 3 seconds just finding the first enemy. These are good. Easy targets. So you are gonna spend like another 10 seconds-ish. Kill the first wave if you only buy 1 weapon, right? And then you have to decide like what's better, 10 seconds extra mining time or another mining upgrade. Just curious, what is how strong is the laser on the first wave if I only do that one? I have a feeling it might be stronger than the machine gun, which I don't want to be the case because the laser is a lot stronger than the machine gun on the healthy enemies. Like these are some of the weakest enemies. So the laser should be pretty weak here, but I think it's as strong as the machine gun or stronger at the moment. It's a lot stronger. I think the laser ramp time should be a little higher, to be honest. Player laser. Laser gun ramping. Laser. Guess we could start the ramp multiplier at 0. It also makes it very obvious for the player that The laser gun does increase its damage over time if you do it like this. What does this mean? This means if you shoot at an enemy for 2 seconds, you have reached the damage of the machine gun. If you shoot at an enemy for 4 seconds, you have doubled the damage of the machine gun. Per second. Just ballparking it, I would say at 4 seconds you have the same damage as a machine gun. If the time to kill is 4 seconds. If the time to kill was 4 seconds, then it would have the same damage as the machine gun. The thing is, the time to kill 4 seconds is based on 2 weapons hitting the enemy, not 1. If only the machine gun hits, well, that's not true. You have the weak spots. So right now the laser is supposed to be as strong as the machine gun, actually. Let's look. Now I nerfed it to be half as strong as the machine gun, supposedly. Depends how fast the ramp falls off, though. Might want to make the ramp fall off immediately when you target a new enemy, at least. Did I up the ramp multiplier? No. Ramp time, ramp multiplier. Ramp type 8 seconds. Why is it so strong? 8 seconds. Come here, dummy. About 40 DPS, yeah? Let's try to think 8 seconds. I feel like it overtakes the machine gun too fast. I think it's supposed to be 4 seconds before it takes over. Let's see. One, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, so that's pretty accurate then. 25 damage, that's the machine gun DPS. So if it reaches that at exactly 4 seconds, then that's what I thought. Okay. Or is it what I thought? because this is the DPS. If we look at the visuals, we could see that the ramp is going 8 seconds before it's fully charged. It seems like the damage it starts at is really high. Minimum ramp. See laser gun. Update ramp variables. Ramp node. Ramping. Ramp multi. Maybe this hasn't been updated to deal with the stats properly. Ramp multiplier, max ramp multiplier, ramp time. So these are local variables, and I don't think they update from the stats yet. Minimum and maximum energy multiplier. Energy multiplier, is that only used for visuals? Ramp, emote, bounce shot, Move tracer. Bound shot. Yeah. Yes, it's only used for visuals. Okay. The ramp time is correct. That we can see here. Weapon stats ramp time. Hmm. Yeah, let's try to look at how that was. So at 4.7 seconds ramp time, percentage ramped was 58. That sounds correct. Ah, god damn it. Stop updating. But here, ramp damage multiplier 1.8. That's high for so early on. Let's try to look at the beginning. Ramp energy, percentage ramped. Ramp damage multiplier 1. Here's the issue, right? Ramp damage multiplier at percentage ramped 0 should be 0.
What's with the wyvern tag?
The wyvern tag, what is that?
You got that as Twitch tag, you tell me.
Really? I have no idea how I set the tag or not.
Where set title in OBS.
Set title in OBS. Doesn't sound like anything I touched. Could it be Restream that touched it maybe? I don't know. So here, you say if percentage ramped is 0, it ended up being 1 ramp. It should have been 0. Min ramp multiplier and max ramp multiplier. So the size here is like 0 to 2. 2. Current ramp multiplier. Ramp damage. So this is the one, right? Ramp damage multiplier. Where do we print it? Here. Yeah, it's the one. Current ramp damage multiplier. Minimum ramp. That's 0. Or isn't it? That's min ramp. Min ramp per level, base min ramp, both are 0. Let me see how it's calculated. So if we upgrade type level, minimum ramp is base min ramp 0 plus min ramp 0. this in the same? No, this is for weapon grade upgrade type minimum ramp. Okay, this is the one I'm looking at. 0 plus 0 looks like 0 to me. But we can test it as well. Down here. And print min ramp damage multiplier. And we can print max. Min ramp 0, max ramp 2. So that's correct. But we can see the damage multiplier reaches 2 way before max ramp, right? The first two sit here. But we can see it already here, right? Percentage ramp 0. Min ramp is 0. But ramp damage multiplier is 1. So we narrowed it down a lot. We should be able to find out where the error is right now. Here it is. Min ramp energy multiplier. It should be min ramp damage. Could have probably just asked ChatGPT about this 5 minutes ago and he would have said it immediately. This was like a silly mistake. Ramp multiplier range size. Percentage ramp. Okay. Good. Let's try again. This speed. Laser gun. Fire in the hole. Yeah, now 1 damage multiplier. And There we hit 2. Perfect. Now if we look again, the ramp, ramp damage starts at 0. Good. Here's an example. Where it's 0.5. That should be 1/4 charged. And it is 0.25 charged. Now it looks very good. We're almost max charged. We're almost max charged. Yeah. Okay. And it caps out at 2. Perfect. Now we can see how effective the laser is at wave 1. Probably going to be a lot worse now. But hopefully still decent. So it's about 10 seconds slower now than the machine gun, but I was pretty bad there. But on enemies like this one, it's going to be faster than the machine gun because they live so long, you know? With that in mind, now that we fixed it, time to kill with headshots should be 2 seconds with the machine gun, I think. It's 25 DPS and they have 200 health. So with crits, it's 50 DPS. It's 4 seconds. It's 4 seconds time to kill with a machine gun. The laser damage should not catch up until like 6 or 8 seconds probably. One, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. So if the damage range is 0 to 1, like the multiplier for the laser, it makes sense to me that the average damage over the entire ramp time is, or the average multiplier is 1, right? Like you simply have damage scaling 0 to 1 over 8 seconds. So if you spend exactly 8 seconds charging, like it will be evenly distributed, the damage across all of these, which means the average is going to be here, which is 1 multiplier. So it's going to have the same damage as the machine gun when it fires exactly as many seconds as it has ramp time. So currently, if an enemy lives 8 seconds, it's gonna have the same damage as a machine gun. If it lives longer than 8 seconds, it's gonna have more. But I'm not sure exactly how the design is gonna end for the laser. But right now, if you are able to line up 2 enemies, you can keep the charge going, right? I think it's important for me to maybe visualize the charge a bit more than just the ball and the energy of the laser. I'm not sure. So let's say, for example, these 2 enemies, right? If you're able to like line them up, then you're not gonna really lose any charge. That's not so easy to do, is it? At least not in the early stages, but in the later stages, and there's a lot more enemies, that will be easy. Okay. Wait, can't I do something like, can I do votes in the chat? I never did that. Maybe we should try that once for fun. It's pretty 50-50 whether I should work on the economy or the wave, right? If I do the wave logic first, that could like help set the precedence for how we can continue balancing weapons and economy, I guess. Question is, do we have enough to balance economy? I think so. For the first wave anyways, like I have to make sure the economy upgrades feel impactful. So if for example, the economy goes through the roof too fast by affording 2 upgrades, then I will simply make it so they cost more upgrades. What is important is that they feel impactful. I'm not gonna make it so that you can afford 4 economy upgrades in the first wave, if that means that all of these 4 economy upgrades feel like they do very little. I would rather afford 1 upgrade, like even 0, if it would mean that the upgrade when you finally get it is like really hype. Important. It's gonna be the same for the weapon upgrades. Like once you afford a weapon upgrade and you buy a weapon upgrade, it shouldn't be like the weapon does 20% more DPS. It should be like a substantial upgrade, which is like really hype. If we were to start with a wave, all right, I have to make a phone call. Sorry about that, but I will have to do this call. I'll just mute on stream. Hopefully 5 minutes, nothing more. Okay, this one.
Decree 31 SIP. How's the learning going? WWO. What's the game, man? Godot is great. I make game in mobile. I'm still a newbie and don't know much.
Yeah, Godot is really nice to work in. I think for newbies as well, it's a good program to use. Sorry, I'm just waiting for customer service. They're taking forever. 20 minutes queue now.
And your back doesn't hurt? ISOT shooter game.
It's a little bit of a shooter, but there's also automatic firing weapons like you have in Megabonk, you know? So it's a bit of a mix. And my back does hurt, but I'm not sure if this sitting position is the main cause. It's apparently many Asians sit like this from a young age, and it's a natural resting position for your back. I don't know.
Ha 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 man. I don't understand you. I speaking with translator man lul. It's normal. Do you watch PR read comics?
Watch some anime. Watching One Piece at the moment.
do also watch anime too. I adore and am a fan of the comic book Invincible.
I see. That's cool, man.
Stand ready for my arrival, worm. Its phrase is crazy and meme from that comic. The first episode of the 4th season was released today.
Very badass line indeed. Oh, you have something to look forward to, I understand. It's nice.
What?
Stand ready for my arrival, worm. Cool phrase, I guess.
H ha ha ha. Yes. Guys who watch this live. This man is Elon Musk. talk with Trump? What happened, bro?
Yo, sorry about that. Took way longer than it should have, right? But it is what it is. For anyone who paid attention while I was on the phone, you could see I started making enemy health manager. And this is to help keep track of scaling of the different enemies' health on multiple scripts. So if I ever need to change something of the enemy's health, I will only change it one place.
Decree 31 awkward.
See, ready. Current wave health multiplier should then receive the wave number as an int. So what this will do is set the multiplier of the enemy's health to 1 plus 0.2 per wave level after level 1. So for example, at wave 2, you will have 1.2. At wave 3, you will have 1.4. We had to add the wave number when we sent the signal wave starting. So we have to make sure all the scripts receiving this signal also does something with this wave number, otherwise they're gonna throw an error. Wave starting. So here, for example, reset damage meter should now do wave number. Just have to be like this though. It doesn't have to be used, so we just make an underscore in front. But if we don't do this, it's gonna complain because reset damage meter wouldn't have an argument to take, while the wave starting would send the integer, you know, so it would be like, why you don't take my integer? Yeah, here you see one of them doesn't have the take the argument, and now it complains here. Well, this is the one I just added, I guess. Number. It's a bit different, this one though. Let me double check it, right? Let's remove this. I'm just gonna see that it actually ends up throwing in an error.
Another version control commit pushed before I lose everything crease 9 cac.
Oh, I'm not that fancy. I don't have a. I have some kind of backup going at 11 p.m. every night, but that's all. I'm just gonna check, right? If it infects bugs in 30 seconds when the.
I copy the folder to my Google Drive once a month. And that's about it.
Yeah.
I have a main branch that's behind everything, then a demo branch and full release branch so I can always pull the full game or demo game. At ST0L3N_ID at least it's something LOL.
Oh wait, didn't it bug? I thought it would complain when I sent the wave number. It did complain, but it didn't crash. Guess that's the difference. Yeah, so it does want me to receive the arguments it's sending at least, even though it doesn't crash. Mm-mm.
I've got 25 more modifiers, then feedback changes. Any personal changes and then some testing and I can put this whole thing behind me and call it done.
How are you gonna call the card game done? I tried it. It was really fun. But you know, one thing that I would have liked, because currently you do like, it's blackjack, right? And then you get modifier for the round, and then you win or lose. And then it's next round, you get the modifier for the round, but you don't. But this one is lost, right? I wish there was at least some modifiers, if not all, that would like last multiple rounds, so you could like build up and get like more and more overpowered. But that was the only thing that I would have liked changed.
Hello.
Yo, Pie Jellypin, welcome. How are you doing? It was a really fun game. Well done.
Am doing decent.
Glad to hear it, man. Decent is not bad. Not bad at all. I mean, I can get the actual wave number, but
There are some feedback changes that'll happen at the table that people said they'd like to see. New Jock Gator, good job, glad you enjoyed. Everyone so far seems to that I've talked to. So I'd like to assume that's a good sign, lol.
yeah, absolutely. It is a very good game.
I'm assuming mobile will do better than Steam, but who knows?
Could be. I have no idea like how the market in mobile is for these kind of games. Mobile, as far as I know, is it's so much about microtransactions. You know, like free games.
If you don't want to, we all good. Oh, auto mod blocked it XD.
Ah, did you say something? Sorry, I didn't see it.
Didn't even send a link.
Let me see if I can find it. Uh, yeah, if you want feedback on your website, you should make a Reddit post or something.
Yeah, I'm trying X, but need more karma on Reddit, lol.
I know how it is, bro.
Probably 10 minutes a run would make it ideal for time wasters. Like doing a quick run while waiting for the bus, or while in the kitchen waiting for food to finish, etc.
Yeah, it is true. That game is very like mobile friendly in how it plays. But the question is like, is people gonna just are people actually gonna buy it on mobile? Because it feels like the mobile users like always ends up playing these free to play games. and they're pushed microtransactions on them, you know.
At PyJellypin cause smart detection picks up on common scam patterns. True, Dev feel like it has to be cheaper on mobile than Steam. And I can't do ads because Google and I have beef crease 9 kek.
I see.
Well, it's not a scam LOLXD. Makes sense though. Said every scammer ever kappa. Ha ha ha. LOL.
Oh well, if you actually have a legit website that you want to show off, you got to build a Reddit karma or something, man. Like you won't be able to like show it off in Twitch, or have your friends check it out. You know, that's probably the easiest. Friends, family, whatever. Reddit karma can be a bitch, but that's how it is.
Yeah, so far friends are liking it. Smiley face, said every scammer ever XD.
Yes, damage meter. Here as well.
I'm fine with my site, it's a simple here's what I do, here's some of my stuff. Contact me down below. Man used to be much easier to connect with people before, but cause of scammers it makes it 10,000% harder, cause everybody just assumes anybody connecting with people are scammers, sad face.
True. I do have like 30 messages a day from scammers, so yeah.
Yeah, that sucks. Well, there are plenty of scammers out there. I've even had people try to send me malware disguised as games.
Yeah, it's not cool, bro. But that's the world.
Reasons why we can't have nice things. Greed.
I don't know your setup in your game, Blackwater, but if it's like super simple to just have special event you chose, like for example, the dealer thinks you have a 20 stay more than one round, it's gonna be super imbalanced.
Well, I hope you have a good rest of your stream. AMA go try connect with more people. See why it later.
Thanks. See you later, Pie Jelly. If it's like super simple to make it stay, like 2, 3, 4, or 5 rounds, like or the entire session, you could always just try it and see if you think it's fun yourself. I think that would be really fun if you could like stack those modifiers you get and get the overpowered run if you last long enough. But you don't have to, of course. It's just my feedback.
Emerald 101 nod.
Let's see. Why did I make the health manager? Enemy spawner and individual enemies can enemy spawner and individual enemies can use it to set the health. Okay. So now that we got the health manager, we need to go to our enemy health script. We need to add 2 things. I guess enemy type should be on the main root node here. Enemy type, and that should be like enums. Enemy type. And on the health one, enemy root, and we have enemy root. The enemy type, this is type. And then we have enemy health manager, that's going to be in references, enemy health manager, get enemy health, and then we need an enemy type, like that. And this health is like the base health. Float.
I'm slightly torn between getting a book for algorithms and data structures, but also the information is free online all over. It would be nice to have a physical book to reference, but these books are like $40 plus. Decisions.
Yeah. My wife is really into book and she got a Kindle. It's like a e-reader that you can buy books on. Makes buying more books cheaper. That's an alternative if you really like reading. I don't think it's bad to buy a physical book, even though the information is available online. If you're gonna use it, like I think it's a little silly if you're gonna keep it on your shelf and never use it.
Like physical books though. I have a good chunk of ebooks and never read them, lol.
Yeah, so the question is, are you gonna read the book if you buy it physical? So either you buy a $40 book that is like for aesthetics that you have like in your shelf, and it looks like, oh look, I have this thing for algorithms, or you actually use it and read it. I would say if you actually end up using it and reading it, go ahead, man. Like Just yeah, if that is really something you want, $40,
Data structures
it's
and
fine.
patterns are just a tool we use to communicate, not gospel anyways.
Yeah, I don't know like what the contents of the book actually means or is algorithms and data structures. But if that is something you like though, and you're gonna read it, I think it's a good investment, even if it's online. Because the thing is, even if the information is online, and you don't really feel like using that information, but you would use the book, then the book is a hobby that also teach you something. Good, right? I'll stop rambling.
Yep.
Okay, so now we get the base health of the enemy, which is like, should I call it base health? It's the health multiplied by the wave. Um, it's the health of the enemy, and then if there's 2 players, the health is doubled. If it's 3 players, it's tripled. It's simple. Where else was I gonna use it? Enemy spawner, right?
A clean code book from Uncle Bob, but I just watched his long lecture going over a lot of it. But I can always go back with the book. I'd say I could let people use it, but I don't think I've ever gotten anything back in the same condition as when things leave me lol.
Then maybe you're lending it to the wrong people, I guess. But yeah, then you should just keep it yourself. I would feel bad if I borrowed a book and I destroyed it, you know? Then I would probably pay for it. I have an old code book from sometime when I thought I was gonna learn code and I didn't. And I have a game design book from a course I skipped out on some time back. The game design book I think is cool. It's like a book about lenses. It's like viewing the art of game design and your game and stuff through different lenses. So it's like the lens of risk, the lens of fun, like it's broken down into like hundreds of lenses, right?
I
But
blend out a micro SD adapter, 10 minutes later I get it back broken. How?
I don't know, man. But they should pay for that shit if they break it, right? Jeez. This way, both enemy spawner and individual enemies can use the same source. Yes. So the ID, now I know the ID why I made this health manager is that when I go and make this total health, when I start using the total health thing in wave generation, then I know each enemy's actual health after it's scaled by the wave number.
Uncle Bob can be a bit divisive. At ST0L3N_ID true, I've met people that love him and people that can't stand him XD. I'm a small talk dev. Kent Beck and Uncle Bob are like the idea parents for this. I like clean code, but there is reasonable takes on every extreme idea. And Bob is very religious about his views.
I'm not sure if I can find it anymore. I showed you, I think it was Gator that was talking about even Undertale code works, like a million if statements, and I found some code of mine somewhere where there was like 8 if statements in a row. But I don't know which one it was.
LOL yeah XD.
I don't know which code it was. I know. It was my player. It's basically a match, only with if statements instead. Player, and then when I interact with stuff, blah blah blah. Let's see. Look at this shit. Yeah, it's a match with the group, right? But I don't know how to do it better. Like the only difference using match is that you indent it one further, right? And you, instead of writing if all the time, you do match group and then shop this. So it will be one more indent on the code, which I don't like either. I don't know what's best, and I don't know. Maybe a dictionary would be more effective. I don't know.
At ST0L3N_ID I'm sure if Uncle Bob saw some of my functions he'd be crying for extraction lol.
I see. So what does extraction mean? Are they too long? One single function, or what is it? Yeah, there was a lot of if statements right
I
here.
cry over code all day time.
I'm impressed
And
that you're
most of
able
the time it's
to.
not even my own.
I'm impressed that you're able to look at this stream. You're probably like crying your eyes out every day. Why does it do it like this? It was worse in the beginning though, right? I remember you had some spasms when you looked at my code.
I have one that goes from line 130 to 350 crease 9 kek.
Nice.
I still cry.
Good. Then that just means I still have more to learn. Yeah. Okay. Perfect. Then I know I can still improve. That's very good. Hmm.
We did say to do a generic code review one day.
That's true. That's true. You should probably do that. Could maybe do it in the weekend. I'm on schedule to reach 40 hours work before the weekend, so I guess it wouldn't be so bad to take a day off to learn. Learning is valuable. We should just talk on Discord and like decide a day when it fits us both. And we can do some review.
Welp, I'm booked this weekend and can't even stream because of a work thing the entire next week.
Ah, okay. How about you just let me know an evening you want to do it?
Already pre-stressed.
I see, I see. Ugh. Gonna be like 7 days work in a row or what? I'll make a little reminder on Discord here so we can look at it when we have time, right?
coming home FR towards midnight, and Saturday Sunday I'm somewhere so clearly.
You're coming home
And this weekend has 3 social events.
Friday, I guess, forwards midnight.
I to have a day off for myself, Jason for me.
Saturday, Sunday, I'm somewhere socially.
Be streaming or something.
Why? Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's very busy. It's no rush. I'm happy to take your code lecture whenever you have time. You just let me know. So, should we start the wave generation thing? Yes, we did the health manager. I guess I can note it as something I did today. Made health manager. Enemy health manager. Tracks health for use in individual enemies and enemy spawner. Okay. Balanced weapons for wave 1. So, correct this one. I'm just gonna try to extract everything that got to do with waves here. So let's make a to-do list. Or maybe try to organize a bit. So we know we want total health. This means we need a way, a scaler for this. The baseline is 1200 health. Wave 1. For 50 DPS. 30 sec. Ish. Right. Wave. So once we have a proper scaler for the total health that should spawn in a wave, Then when we do balancing later, and we figure out like we need the waves to get stronger, faster, or slower or something, we can just adjust the scaler or change the scaler, right? So we want a setup which makes it very easy to change all the waves later. So we have full flexibility. That's what we want. What else? And we can remove this. And then it's these two, right? Distribute enemies until health is reached. I guess this one is first. We decide what type of enemy can spawn. Activate is available or something. I don't know. Can spawn. Basic. Bool. Something like this. Is that correct, Gator? Gator is very picky with his bulls and his naming of bulls. It has to be a question. Can spawn basic.
Why basic though?
Because the enemy's name is basic. It also likes can. It's actually basic 01. And then we just activate these different bools when certain levels wave thresholds are met. So we have like a bunk. Update enemies that can spawn. Wave number. Oh, it's on this script, so it does have access to the wave number actually. Match wave number. Is it match? We could say like if it's this and this and this wave number, we do it, but this is again like the same issue that I had in the other code, right? Where I had 10 if statements. Even if I match wave number, like let's say we spawn a new enemy at wave 3, at 5, or 6, or whatever, it doesn't matter. Like there's a new enemy type, right? Problem is, this is still still just 3 if statements. If wave is 3, if wave is 6, and if wave is 9. It is no better Then if wave 3, if wave 6. I'm gonna ask
Is
ChatGPT.
this better?
Yeah, it is more readable. I'm gonna ask ChatGPT if there's a better solution for this stuff.
And less prone to error.
That's important. Yeah. When I make match statements for possibly many variants,
You can do 3, 5 in Godot.
3, 5. Is that 3 and 5? Or what is that? It actually doesn't matter at all, though. This is something that is called like what every like 90, 120 seconds, like every 2 minutes. This is called. It's like let's say it's going to end up being like 10 if statements or matches. Like it doesn't matter. It's super free to do this stuff. So it doesn't matter. It's just
This is what you want this to do.
this just activates enemies. This just activates when the enemy can spawn.
You could also create a wave description for each wave, as like a resource.
Wave description. I'm gonna try to have some procedurally generated waves, right? And then,
But I wouldn't go that far.
yeah, I see.
Congratulations. You've received 100 messages today with Restream chat.
Restream chat, thank you. Thank you, Restream. $30 can spawn. Like the idea is that when we get to this point, distribute enemies until total health is reached. We can pick random from enemies that can spawn, and then add to pool, and total spawn health plus equals enemy health. When we do this, while total spawn health is lower than whatever total wave health. We just want to like keep spawning enemies until we reach a certain total health amount for all of them. the pseudo code version. But then we also can like roll for special waves and stuff though, but that's something else. This is the basic, and then it's like boss waves are specific waves. So then we skip this on boss waves, and I'm gonna add so you can roll special waves where you can, for example, have these half health enemies or double health enemies or only armored enemies, or that's gonna be after this. Here, chance to roll special wave. Before a wave is spawned, add modifier. Roll to see if any modifier is added. Boss waves are static. Could probably change what type of boss spawns, like especially after maybe the first and second boss is always the same or something, and then we could like mix it up by having the boss be a bit more random. Maybe like use a boss pool of used bosses and then make sure that the enemy, like the players, doesn't have to fight the same boss twice, for example, until the entire pool is at least emptied. Yes. Do we have what we need to get started with this or no? I think it's a complete rework of how the spawning works. Like, I don't think I can use what I have currently. So it's just a dictionary here. And then basically you match the wait a moment, why does he still use a match? Ah, you matched the enemy name. Okay. But then you just move the match though. Fuck's sake.
Okay, so. You want stuff to happen at different times.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess so. I do want it to happen by wave number.
Could be a dictionary.
Yeah, I was thinking dictionary as well.
Enemy name 5.
But then you got to this point, right? Match enemy name and then, or am I wrong? It's a different match. But maybe something like this? This is something I don't know. It's a dictionary that links a function, it looks like.
You would just do allowed underscore waves enemy name.
So you would do loud waves enemy name. Hmm. So this is the enemy names that are allowed to spawn then.
Honestly, a match statement is gonna be clear enough.
Yeah.
But you could try to make it a data structure instead and then access / loop that instead.
Yeah. Like I think match statement is very clean here, to be honest. I was just wanting to learn this more generally, like because I run into this a lot, and here it's fine. But if it was something that happened every frame, then I think it would be good to have a better solution, especially if the match was very big. Update enemies that can spawn. Unlocks is an array callable. Enemy unlocks by wave get number. So this is a dictionary where you take the wave number and you link a callable function. And the callable function just sets the can spawn.
Make sure to also read the dictionary pattern.
Dictionary pattern. Let's see, was it this part? Basic syntax, is that where I was gonna look? Basic syntax? Here? Match test value.
No.
No, it wasn't this one?
Match can have various wild cards and stuff. Just lock it the whole thing really.
The whole thing? Are you crazy? Are you crazy, mister?
Learning is part of growing, bitch.
True.
You don't have to read the class definition. But the descriptions with the examples.
Food regions, yeah, those are nice. Like I haven't figured out where I would want to use these yet, but they're definitely nice to make the code readable if you start getting very large scripts. At that point, you should probably want to like make it more components. But if you, for some reason, want to have everything in one long script, then regions are good.
I agree, most of the time it's probably better with components.
Yeah, I think so as well. Oh, these are really efficient. The packed arrays. Looked at them a little bit. Ah, the colon. That's why it didn't work earlier. I didn't do the colon. Okay. So if I wanted more effective right here, I would probably link callable functions in a dictionary with the wave number. But I don't think I'm gonna bother doing that. We'll just do the match. Match the wave number.
I wonder if you can do arithmetic in the match patterns. Never tried.
In the match patterns? Not sure. The enemy spawner.
Match X% 5.
I don't see why not.
I guess not, cause you don't get the result in the patterns.
I think that would work though. Like, it's just a number, right? Just match a number. And this is a test. Ah, here I can use the region. How was it? The region start? No. No region end was there. Region. just region. I think you can put a name as well. Region test. And then at here we do region end. Now we can log end region. Now we can close it. Aha. Okay, wave timers. Wave timer timeout. That's when the spawning happens, I guess. This is the current logic. Hey, Dr. Hamnesia. Thank you for the follow, man. I appreciate that. How are you doing, man? This is the current spawn logic, right? There's a special boss wave. We return.
I can't complain, relief face.
I'm glad to hear it, man. Are you here to watch a newbie code Godot? Are you doing some Godot yourself, or? And here we set up the next wave. So it's not necessarily big changes, but what I'm gonna do is to the enemy spawner, I'm gonna duplicate it and I'm gonna do alt, enemy spawner alt, and I'm gonna throw that.
I started last week myself.
Last week, wow. Completely new then. Old parts. Well, I hope you will have fun learning, man. Okay. Now we can mess with it as much as we want and we have the backup. Guess maybe it's gonna complain we got two different functions with the class name. Enemy spawner. Yeah. I can just do this. So this is the biggest change, right? Basic enemies per wave. This shouldn't exist anymore then. Like the setup where we set exactly how many is gonna spawn every wave. Well, I guess we can have 0 here actually. This is the array of enemies. And we have these 4. I'm not sure if I'm gonna need those anymore either, to be honest. I don't think we're gonna need these. So wave 1, we want 1200 health. Then we want a scaler. The scaler doesn't necessarily just have to be a multiplier or addition, though. It could be like an actual formula. But for now, maybe we should just use a multiplier. Total health multiplier, I don't know. Be a float, right? Total enemy health, wave 1. Per wave, total health multiplier. wave information. I don't know. Think that's the setup we need. Check boss wave, spawn boss wave. Hmm. Okay.
Are sounds like FX handled by the music manager too?
I don't think so. I think I just have an audio bus.
for the that adjust the volume of the sound effects. Music manager. Music, fade out, fade time.
PHX.
Yeah, looks like it's only music. It's a very short script, as you can see. It's 60 lines of code. And a lot of those are comments, so yeah. Here we could roll special waves. Adding special waves is gonna require some work because we're gonna have to like make sure the enemies spawn with less or more health and things like that. But that's a problem for future me anyways. Spawn a normal wave.
Just curious, I'm not a coder. Just graphics and such.
Ah, I see. Okay. That's fine. I don't know how most people do it, but I just have sound effects attached to the things that make the sound. And they are connected to this sound effect audio bus, so any changes here will change all of those volumes.
Sweet.
All right, so this can probably stay. This is just executing the spawn, basically. It says like start a timer. When the timer ends, spawn the enemy. It's fine. It's not really spawning though. It's more like start wave spawning. Okay. Here is where we set up the next wave. That's where the most of the changes is gonna be. This thing is in a weird spot, I think. Oh, no, it's fine actually. These two could go further down. Because here we finish spawning. Then we set up the next wave. Add enemies, blah, blah, blah. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Wave finished. It should be after all the spawning is done, right? Spawning. Boss. Spawn, spawn. Spawn, spawn. All of this is spawning. Okay. Ah. This is old logic. Just keep it there for now. There we go. Wave finished. This is a good place for regions. Now that I just looked at regions, right? So what we can do is do spawning here. We should move it up. Not sure what happens if I copy while these are closed, to be honest. Probably will be fine. There. Let's, for example, do a region spawn helpers, I guess. End region. And then we can do a region for spawning. This belongs down here. Region. Well, it should actually start here. There, now everything that got to do with the spawning is inside this one. And this one also can like open up the helpers used for the spawning. So if we don't want to look at the spawning right now, we skip 150 lines of code, just like that. Very nice. But again, this entire spawning thing, of course, it could be like another node, like a spawn node, right? So that's what we were talking about earlier. Like Stolen ID also agrees that instead of doing regions like this, it's probably better to just have it in its own node.
Single responsibilities, etc.
Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4. I agree though. Like how I would like to have it more is like this laser gun here. Now there's other stuff next to it, like these old components and stuff. Just ignore those. It's like this. This is how I would like to have more of my stuff. So I should of course try to be ECS. I'm not sure what that is. It's like you break down stuff into small components. So the laser gun, it has its stats. It has like functionality for reloading and firing. The bullets have a property to bounce. They're able to bounce around. All of these things are their own separate component here. So if I click one of these scripts, for example, the stats of the laser gun.
Entity component system.
Yeah, that sounds right. So if I click the stats of the laser gun, for example, this entire script is only for the laser gun's stats, you know. Sorry, this one. This one is only stats for the laser gun. And by doing this, you avoid having like a script with 5,000 lines of code, you know, which is hard to navigate. So what we just did in the enemy spawner here is a region which is like an alternative, right? It makes it a little more tidy because if you don't want to look at spawning, you hide it and you're able to focus on the other stuff. But it's not as good as components, I think. So these are gonna change. Set up next wave. Does this run in the beginning actually? Yeah, it does. And does wave number start at 0 then? Or what? Yes, it does. Okay. So here as well, we have a skip for the boss, huh? It makes sense we don't use a normal setup for the boss. It's just that since we have 2 places where we set the boss waves, we should probably have like an array or something with boss waves that we can use both places here. I have a weird headache today. It's like spiking pain. Annoying. From time to time. Wave number in boss wave array. Can I do this with wave number int and boss wave array as array int?
Inheritance is a bit wonky in Godot given its untyped nature. Also nodes JSON lend themselves to be made components. You can do it in code, but it's fun to just drag drop resources together or drag nodes under each other. Now performance is a whole other discussion.
Yeah. No, just lend themselves to be made components.
There is apparently noticeable difference difference between state machines that use nodes and those that use lambda functions.
Oh, I see. Yeah, that's interesting. I have a lot of communication
Makes
across
sense.
nodes now.
Nodes have a lot of overhead.
Maybe what I'm doing is bad then with all these components. Oh well.
But as long as it's not an issue, I wouldn't mind. Some terrible draw calls will be more significant than some code cycles.
Yeah. Wonder, can I use the boss wave array here as well? Something like this? Does that work? Does that take the first integer in the array? Ba-da-ba-ba-bum. Okay, so let's go to our world enemy spawner. Enemy spawner. Now let's find. We can't find it yet because this script has a lot of errors right now. Wave. I don't have to print anything. Boss wave. There we go. Skip setup if the next wave is a boss wave. Normal wave. Okay. This has to change. Here we need a function that's... Well, first of all, we should update the total health, I guess. Total wave health. Okay. Let's see, how does this work? So if, for example, we have per wave total health multiplier 0.2, then it's 1 plus this times 0.2. But wave number minus 1, actually. This is such a messy function, though. Could probably just do it up here. And then do current wave health. Start with 1, right? And then we just add this every wave. But we don't want to do it for wave 1, right? Only wave 2 and forwards. That's confusing. Let's do it here. Every health 20%, every wave 20% more health, for example. And then down here, we just multiply it by the current wave health multiplier. Oh, almost fit in one line. Like, okay, so now we have total wave health. And we can start thinking how we're gonna pick random enemies. Then I guess we have to update allowed enemies or something here. That's a better name, actually. Which enemy do we want to add first? My favorite enemy is the armored one, because that's the only one I've spent a lot of time on when it comes to the visuals and the animation. A lot of time is 12 hours, by the way, not like a week. Can spawn. Next one. Maybe mix it up a little with Scourge. Well, I could still use this, actually. Just make these lists and reuse the functions I have down here. Enemy type that can spawn. Enemy type. Eligible. Enemy type spawning. It's so hard to make a good name for a variable. God. Once I have more enemy types, I can have like maybe a couple, maybe 3 enemy types that can spawn in wave 1, you know, and still have a lot to introduce as the player gets further into the game. But this again comes back to what I talked about the other day about weapons. Before adding like 50 types of weapons, I should make sure that the weapons I have already feels pretty good though. Basic enemy numbers. Should rename this guy enemy basic 01. Gonna give me some headache, but all the others are named like this, so whatever. I know already I have to fix it in the pool manager.
Note overhead and taking performance. Every time I mention it nobody cares lol, but because I know this, I get confused why so many people use a node of some type as the root of all of their scenes instead of say using the character body directly. In most people's games I'm sure it's negligible, but still.
I see. It's good to know that adding extra nodes does have some kind of performance, that it actually matters for performance. I definitely care. There's stuff that can help my performance that is not too much hassle, like please tell me. Enemy basic, and now also the enemy spawner should have an auto spawn list, right? And here the thing is probably wrong right now. Hey! The auto spawn list was able to see that I renamed my enemy. That's really good.
The further down the tree the more performance it takes. For example, adding 800 nodes will have less impact than 800 node 3D, which has less performance hit than 800 character body 3D, etc.
Okay, so the more basic the node, the less performance impact, I see.
Yup yup.
Very good to know. Thank you, man. You guys are bringing up some good tips. It is appreciated. Spawner. So it's not used anywhere right now, right? These enemy basic 01. Oh yeah, that we used down here. Okay.
I spent last year having a lot of performance conversations with AI and then running tests and reviewing the numbers.
How do you run a test for performance? Is that easy to do? It's this part that is wrong. Okay, basic numbers per wave. Okay, so here now we have the functions to spawn each type of enemy, but now we need to set these enemy basic 01 numbers and such. Before we start spawning. These four. And those have to be set based on the ones that are allowed to spawn. Increase. I just wonder if this one, does it decrease the number of enemies that are spawning? No, it doesn't. So I have to reset this every time as well then. Or I guess I could just do it here. Armored. Oh! Ah!
Depends on what you are testing for. The node thing, you can simply look at the FPS itself and see the difference in a tree of higher up nodes vs lower. When testing packed array variants, you can get the memory usage and time, how long it takes to add or access/lookup data. For example, for memory usage, the readings I had packed string array at 1.19 times less memory usage than an array of strings. And for packed byte array vs an array of bytes, it was 24 times less memory.
And how is packed byte array versus packed string data? If you know. Because that was a crazy difference. The packed byte, the array of bytes was like crazy. How efficient it was, right? "24 times more. That's memory. That's memory usage. Is how long time it takes to look up something connected to memory usage? Or is that completely separate? And a thing that uses more memory can actually be faster to look up. Set up next wave. Is that what I'm doing here? Okay. Add enemies for next wave.
Accessing and looking up speeds were also in favor of the packed versions in my test, ranging from 1.09 times to 2.13 times.
Okay, good to know. So if you can pack it, you should pack it. If you're working with arrays anyways. Most of my data.
Certainly guilty of not packing as much as I should. Crease 9 CAC.
That's fine, as long as your game runs decently smooth, right? I didn't have any performance issues in your game, so bug-free game with good performance. Then how it looks in the background doesn't matter.
Right. Just ask Undertale XD.
Yep. Does anyone have a good idea for rewards for defeating waves? I don't think they have it in Dome Keeper. In Dome Keeper, it's just like the music changes, you go back down on your mine. But especially for bosses, I was inclined to thinking like, hey, the boss could drop something that the player can use for their mining or weapons or something, an upgrade. That would be cool. But an upgrade per wave might be too much. So I'm wondering like, what can the wave drop, if anything? Or should I just skip rewards for defeating waves? I did think of something like in when I add the proper randomness for the spawning of everything, all the minerals. I thought of adding like if the player defeated 5 waves in his previous run, then he gets a bonus from the start of his next run. And the reason why I want to do this is so that people don't feel inclined to restarting over and over until they get like a lucky start. So basically the reward for clearing 5 waves before you restart should be greater than a perfect start RNG. Then there's no reason for players to restart, because that's a bad game loop. And maybe an even greater bonus for defeating 10 waves before you restart. And at that point, when you're like half an hour run in order to get like the max bonus for your next start, there's no way anyone is gonna do well. Maybe someone, but very few are gonna bother running 30 minutes just to get to level 10 and immediately restart and hope for a better seed. That's like crazy. But now there's probably someone. But I think it's a very good motivator to not do the spam restart. That you actually have like a greater bonus for getting a bit further your previous run. So I'm happy with that design without having implementing it yet. Implemented it. Okay. While current, let's see. Current wave health, I guess. Doesn't have to be a global variable, I suppose. I guess it's total minimum wave health is actually what's going on here. Total wave health. Yes. What did I call this allowed to spawn thing in the end? Enemy type that can spawn. Okay. Enemy type that can spawn. Pick random. So this enemy health by type actually, that is something that is gonna be run many times. Health manager. This one. Would it be worth it to do this one in a dictionary maybe? Because that's gonna run quite many times every time there's a wave. Not in the beginning. In the beginning it's only like couple each second, like a really low. But eventually, if hundreds of enemies spawn, would I save a lot of performance for when spawning? And a few hundreds enemies spread out over 2 seconds. And they have to look up their health. If I used a dictionary instead of this function. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-ba. Current health, current wave health plus equal enemy uh, uh, uh. I guess I should save this enemy health manager reference in the ready or something. Let's see. Like that. Ah, this is allowed, right? Or is it past? Is it past the line or not past the line? Can't tell. I think it's allowed. Mhm. What did we call the next wave? Next wave enemy array. And okay, so we have to add the enemy to the next wave array. Okay. No, that's done here, actually. Okay, that's done there. What I can do is match enemy type. Hmm. And then we can add this. Yes. Am I allowed to do this? Maybe that's clean here? Or is it cleaner like this? I wonder. Dirty. Scourge. Scourge. Armored. Ah yeah, we called that Scourge thing a little differently, didn't we? Scourge cluster numbers, yeah. So the cluster ones have a bit of a different health situation, right? So let's see how the cluster thing works here. Cluster, cluster, cluster. Cluster spawn numbers. Right. So if the cluster spawn, they're gonna spawn a certain amount of enemies in range. But I can't access this information before I initiate an enemy. Initialize. So either I have to move this information, or I have to initialize the enemy before or while I am going through this setup function. Okay. Let me see. What I could do is take away this here, and then if it's a basic enemy, then I run add enemy basic 01, and then and forget what this was. Add enemy basic. Don't need this. Then current wave health. I should make this global just to make my life easier. Okay. So the namings here, current wave health multiplier, it looks like it's connected to current wave health, but it's not. It's supposed to be connected to total min wave health. So we do total min wave health multi. Current wave. Okay. Okay. This should probably be called something like base or something. Total enemy health. Per wave base. Base. And then we can take away this. We can reset it to 0 here though. Okay. Add enemies until their total health exceeds total min wave health. Okay. And now by doing instantiating the enemies in here, we can run this. Inside these functions. Enemy type. I was wondering though, how does it read on the cluster spawn? Cluster spawn range. Cluster spawn numbers. If I can rename this to amount of enemies spawning, maybe? I don't know. Okay, I think I got it. If not enemy dot please.
How's it going?
Yo, Grumble of Bugs, welcome. I watched you a few times. It's going well, man. Thank you.
At Grumble of Pugs Robson 1 clap.
Today we're Today we are working on balancing enemy waves, health with weapon damage. Like, we're basically trying to move towards getting a little playtest ready. So some of my friends can test the game and see if it's fun. I would show you.
Aggregator Studios, y'all gotta stop referring to the one game that was wildly successful with shitty code base as in how to example XD. Nice.
So I could show you like a little bit about the game, but it's like currently I'm in the middle of changing these functions. I'm not sure if even I can run my game. Yeah. These are old stuff.
All good, I've been there.
Good. Expression pattern must match an expression AB. What did I do here? I wonder. When we add enemy basic, you can check here. If enemy cluster spawn. If not enemy cluster spawn, then we just add this to the wave health. Why doesn't it like this one? Is this something to do with the regions I made? All right. It's a match pattern that is breaking. Match wave number. Okay, which enemy type? Ah, it's this one maybe. Is it? And we have these matches. What is it?
Doesn't it say line 406?
Yeah, it says line 406. It's like at the bottom here. I don't understand what I did wrong.
Never mind.
409? 409? I don't even have 409. Or do I? Without knowing it. What?
It's just showing the last line.
It's showing one more than the last line. 411. Yeah, I don't understand this. Weird. Didn't have this before. What the hell is this? It's throwing an error at a line below the lowest line I got in the script. What? So weird.
Have you tried Control plus F and use match and you can cycle through them?
Yeah, I just did that. Is it fixed now? Not resolve. Internal class member, enemy spawner. Okay. Wait. Enemy spawner, huh? That's an error because the script has an error. It's like a follow error. Enemy is not declared. It's here. If not enemy dot cluster spawn, then we add the enemy's health. Let's see. Current wave health. We increase it by health manager. Get enemy health of type basic enemy. Not using this one anymore. We can do this. Skip this.
What do you see if you expand the error by clicking the arrow to the left of the error?
I don't know. This is very weird. I did make the old one here, but that should be separate. Like that shouldn't have anything to do with it, right?
Okay, I don't know what that is. Haha, gonna try to create an error and look at that.
Maybe that was it. It's because I duplicated the script, maybe? No, it's still there. Maybe ChatGPT found out. Godot is reporting the actual script line number, including blank lines, folded regions. This is the one causing the error, maybe. Where I tried to use a boss wave array, like an integer from the boss wave array, and match it with the wave number. Use if instead. I could try. Let's just first see if it actually stops complaining if this is gone.
Okay, so not sure what window you had open and close, but it just expands and closes the script selection bar for me.
Yeah. Okay, now, okay, it is that one. It is this one. Now let's change this function then. On, return. For wave number in boss wave array, or I guess wave in boss wave array. Let's do index boss wave array. Index. All boss wave array should never be empty, right? So forget about that. Wave number. You can do if wave number is the same as the boss wave array index. No. First of all, I would have to do like length maybe on this one, but this is not what I'm trying to do, is it? This is not what I'm trying to do.
Dot size.
Yeah, dot size, but I have to mentally see what I'm trying to do here. So get boss wave or spawn boss for current wave.
What you were thinking of, but I don't know if that's what you want.
Yeah, I'm gonna figure it out now what I want. So we have wave number. The wave number, at certain wave numbers, we spawn a boss, right? And the boss wave array has the waves on where we spawn bosses, like 5, 10, 15, whatever it's gonna be. So we want to say if wave is the first index, or the result of the first index here. Yo, I'm trying to figure out how to match up this boss wave array with the wave. Trying to spawn the correct boss at the correct time, basically.
Hey, laughing face.
Yo, Raxi, welcome. If wave.
Thank you. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. How are you, man? The match the match earlier was like my solution, right? But how was it?
At ST0L3N_ID_O.
Today I'm working on trying to. Well, right now I'm trying to figure out how to set up a spawn system for my waves as a part of making balancing better. And it's basically going to work like I calculate how much total health enemies in my wave is going to have, and then I pick some different enemy types until I surpass the total health I should have, and then I spawn them next wave. So it's balancing day and wave creation.
Nice.
Yes. So I had this, what was it here? This one.
So you call the function already when the current wave is in the boss_wave_array, right? If you pass the wave as a parameter, you could call spawn with the wave number.
I have access to the wave number everywhere. Are you saying if... Yes, I call it when the wave isn't boss wave. That's right. And I have the wave as a parameter. I do. So, yeah, I guess I'm just... If wave number...
What's the problem?
I'm stupid, that's the problem. Oh, jeez.
I know that already.
Yeah. God damn it.
From mining and battling.
Yes, the game is for mining and battling, that's correct. You defend your base, you go mining to upgrade your weapons and mining gear. Finally, how hard was this? Like, match the wave number with the boss wave array number this. I just have to make sure that I update this one each time I add a new boss wave. And I also need some logic when I'm going to go endless. And just spawn random bosses. I could also have bosses spawn every X waves, every 3 waves, every 5 waves. So, whatever. This is a temporary thing, so let's just keep it like this for now. Hey, Rexy, thank you for the follow, man. I appreciate that.
ERM. So you want to take the first element of the array. Keep going. You got this.
Thank you, Rexy. Yeah, I hope I will be able to figure this out. Enemy type. Do I have that here as well? I do. I can actually.
Do you need it again?
Enemy type. 2 seconds. Enemy type.
Consider pop_front.
Okay, now we got the enemy type. We can pass it to get his health. Nice. Okay, we're moving forward. We're getting somewhere. You're saying, do I need it again? If not, consider pop front. Ah. Yeah. I'm gonna keep that into consideration, but I think the boss array is a temporary thing.
Returns first element and removes it from array.
Yeah, that is nice. But I'm gonna chill with it for now because I don't know what kind of system I will use for spawning bosses yet. If I do that pop front method, I could add bosses in a certain order they should appear. And then once the first, ooh, yeah. Like I could pop front, and then when the enemy, when the boss array is empty, then I spawned all types of bosses. Then I could fall back to like a endless boss generation, like a random boss pick, something like that. Interesting.
If boss underscore wave underscore array dot includes wave underscore number, you could also create a dictionary with wave numbers as keys and bosses to spawn as values.
True, true. Yeah, there are good suggestions here. So I think actually it is gonna end up being as simple as having a boss every 3, 4, or 5 waves. And at that point, I don't really have to think about this. So I'm gonna chill with it for now and just.
But you fixed it enough for now.
Yes, it's enough for now. Like I just. Every time I add a boss, I just put him in the array and then. Yeah, it works now. But it's a temporary thing. Boss wave. It's just like this. So the next line, when I add another one, it's like this, you know, spawn boss 2. When I add boss 2. Yes. That's probably what's gonna end up happening. I might do the pop front trick still though, if I want a certain order of the bosses spawning the first time and then go random. Yeah, that's illegal. Illegal uvuing. Okay, health. Where did we do this health thing right now? Current wave health. Here. This is what I was. This is the reason why I moved adding of the health down here. Because if the enemy has cluster spawn.
Also randomly append a boss at the end when you get to limitless.
Yeah. Yeah, so if I make a list of bosses in the order they should be in an array, I can pop them until the array is empty and then I can just pick a random boss as a fallback. So that's probably where it will end up. We'll see. But here's the reason why I moved the addition of the enemy's health into the function that spawns the enemy. It's because some enemies have cluster spawning. And if they have cluster spawning, that means I'm gonna be spawning many instances of them at once, without them being like listed several times in the array. So adding their health only once would be wrong. Current wave health plus equals the enemy's health, but this time multiplied by enemy dot cluster spawn numbers, like that. I should make it a bit more readable though.
What is the backslash you are using for?
That just allows you to continue the line on the next line. It's basically like continuing writing on this line. Like if I don't have this, this is gonna be wrong. This and this is the same because of the backslash. The backslash tells the code that we're going to continue this line on the next line. That's what it does.
Are you waving my module or modulating my wave? Kappa.
Good question. Can I now make this function? First of all, forget about this one. Can I now make this function like for all enemy types instead of doing a different one for all?
At legendary ninetails pop underscore front slash back is great for queues.
Add enemy. What if I have like an enemy type instead? Then I guess we match enemy type here.
Use it for my player characters to queue up interactions. I just add interactions and every frame they work on emptying all the interactions one after another.
Basic. We get the basic enemy. Get the enemy health. Okay. So we set the enemy and the enemy health. If we do that for all enemy types, we append the enemy. We check if they have cluster spawn. If they don't cluster spawn, we just add the enemy health to the current wave health. If they do have cluster spawn, we add enemy health times the number of times they will spawn to the current wave health. I think this will work, okay? So we'll just add one of these for each enemy type. 1, 2, 3, 4. It's not called enemy basic anymore though, is it? It's enemy basic 01, is it? Let me check the pool. It is called enemy basic. Should call it 01, I think. Just like everything else is called 01, so. That's why. Enemy sturdy. Actually, these, once I have the enemy, this is the same for everyone, right? So I can go put this down here. And remove it from up here. Now it's starting to look cleaner. Okay. Let's go. 30. And then we have Urge. And then we have Armored.
I worked on my battle scene script, got parties spawning dynamically. The code is so clean. Today I'm working on guild_member and enemy resources so I can start loading different parties for battle. Right now I'm just using exported array and choosing the parties manually.
Nice. That sounds good, man. I'm glad you're making clean code. Okay. Oh, it's gonna be a bit back and forth with the pool manager here just to make sure I did the namings correctly. Enemy basic. Spawner. Copy paste everything. Copy paste makes less errors than I do. Okay. Add enemy type. Right. Enemy type. Oh, this got so much cleaner. Yes. Love it. Ah, look at that. Only 2 lines. Yeah. Okay. Should we... Is it ready for testing? Let it throw some errors and we can like try to fix it. Since we have the add enemy, all these adds 30 and stuff is like old news, right?
Duct tape will do, until we find better duct tape.
Yeah. It's like those, you're from Germany, right? You're using duct tape and you're using VD40, is that it? WD40. Those two will fix anything.
WD-40 is the goat.
Yeah. So let's recap a little here. Update enemies that can spawn happens up here. So in the first wave, only basic enemies can spawn. At the third wave, armored enemies can spawn. Fifth wave is going to be a boss wave. At the wave 6,
You can spray it on your door, it stops skeeking. Spray it on a bolt, and it stops rusting. Spray it on your mother-in-law and she will shut up.
yeah, it's really universal. And if it's like that meme, right? If is it supposed to move? Yes. Does it? Yes. Nothing is wrong. If it's supposed to move but it doesn't move, VD40. And then it's the other way. Is like, is it supposed to move? No. If it moves, duct tape. And there you have the solution for everything. So yeah, we're setting up which enemies can spawn, and then here we're basically spawning enemies until we reach the desired health overall in the wave. Maybe we could make it a little shorter between the waves while we're testing. We go to enemy. World. Enemy spawner. Let's do 10 seconds between each wave. A minute. We have time to wait a minute for everything to spawn. Wow. This was so exciting. So many enemies are spawning. This worked great. It's a real challenging battle now. So what do we think is happening here? Is any enemies added ever? Next wave array append enemy. Does this ever run? Enemy appended. If we get that far, then there's not much. Then we got pretty far already, but I'm not sure. We actually did. No, it doesn't look like that one ever runs. Okay. Let's go a few steps back. Add enemies for the next wave. When is that called? That's called during setup of next wave. Total mean wave. You know what could be the issue is maybe we didn't set up any variables yet. Total. Get bigger. That's what she said. Total enemy health per wave. Base 1200. There we go. Per wave total health multiplier 1.2. Actually, it's like 0.2, I think. Wave cooldown 10 seconds. Okay. Now let's see. Now it's totally gonna work. Oh. Wait. I got an idea. We can try something for the first time. Can't I do like a poll or something, or you can bet your you can bet your channel points or something, right? To see like will we get the enemies working within the next 5 minutes or not? See, are there believers in the chat or are there doubters? How do I do that? How do I set up a poll or betting competition on my stream using channel points on Twitch? Do I have channel points even? Slash prediction. Open a setup menu to create and manage a prediction. Ah, okay. Okay. Name the prediction. Will enemies spawn within 5 minutes? But here you don't bet your points, right? Oh, we can try a prediction for this time. You can bet next time. Start prediction. Streamer or mod will need to confirm the outcome within 24 hours of the end of the prediction submission window. Once you start a prediction, you cannot change it except to delete it or close submission. If an outcome isn't selected or the prediction is deleted, all channel points will be returned to the participant viewers. Is it up? Prediction.
Yeah, only 20 seconds to vote though, lol.
Okay.
Or maybe it was 30.
Ah, really? And now can I open it with slash prediction again or what? 100% believers. All right. So 5 minutes. I think they're gonna spawn on the first try though. You're probably just earning points for free here. There's no way it's gonna fail twice in a row though. Oh, there they are. It looks like 1200 health is correct here. Now we're approaching wave 3 and there we see our first new enemy. The armored enemies start spawning at wave 3. Nice. Going great. Even though the armored enemies have kind of low health. But I guess that is something I have to set up in the health script. $200. Still 200. Ah, now these guys are here as well, yeah. And the last one is the pyramids. Yeah, there they are. Guess I didn't set up a boss wave yet. Are you sure it's yes is the correct outcome? Once you choose the outcome, viewers who have chosen the correct outcome will be awarded 69 channel points. You will not be able to reverse your choice and this will end the prediction. Okay. Congrats, Matt. You did it.
Whoa.
That was fun. So there was a couple of weird things I noticed. The health seemed kinda bad on some of these guys. So let's take a look at that. World. Enemy spawner. Nah, it's health manager, right? Enemy health. Enemy. Here we go. Health manager. This. These all seem correct. Per wave health is 0.2. Let's dive a bit deeper in here. Look at the get enemy health. Return basic health. Yeah, exactly. So current wave health multiplier. That's what we need to add. That should give them more health per wave. Now what? Oh, the timer. Right. Hmm. This thing we can delete. Yes. Okay, so we got the total health for each wave. Hmm. Just to make sure that the total health is scaling properly, go to the enemy spawner here. Mm, per wave health multiplier. Let's put it to 10. Then we will immediately see.
In a few, releasing the hounds.
All right. Have a good walk, man. So wave 1 should still be 6. That's correct. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The second wave, yeah. You see now it's a lot more on the second wave. That's what I wanted. Good. 320. That is a little low health though. But it does increase, obviously. Yeah, okay. So it's fine. It is all good. Per wave, 0.2. Okay, save. Total health is good. Spawn thresholds was good. This is good. Okay, so now we're at the point where we might want to spawn a special wave or we move on to something else. So let's write down what we did quickly. Balance weapons for wave 1. Balance enemy. Balance wave 1. Improve. I guess we could make a waves section. Wave spawner for easier balancing and more control, I guess, while keeping RNG, something like that. I don't know. Daily task, balanced weapons, balanced wave 1, improved enemy spawner. How waves are spawned, calculated and spawned. So let's pull this back in the task list and think what we want to do. We have weapons. This we looked at. It's more economy, really. This is a weapon thing. The missile launcher AoE. All right. In the economy section, we have like the spawning of procedural generation RNG. We are currently using a noise map, but the noise map is like the same every time. Balance eco for wave 1. Like balance. What's cool about the economy thing? Once we balance the economy, we basically have everything we need to playtest properly up until wave 1 is over, at least. Okay, it's easy to add some I already have like the possibility to upgrade the weapons endlessly, you know, like the waves, they can scale endlessly. Your mining can get super quick and everything like that, but that shit ain't balanced, you know. It's like I would like to have a balanced-ish wave 1 experience. That means the first 2 minutes of the game, if those are relatively balanced, and then there's an option to like go as long as you like, of course, if you playtest, but at least you get 2 minutes of how I think the current balance should be in the beginning, and I'll get some proper feedback on that. Maybe some people think the first 2 minutes are too slow. Maybe some people think it's like they don't have enough time. Maybe it could be a lot of things, right? So I'm curious how we're gonna make the missile launcher area of effect, but I think we're just gonna have like mini target selector, because my current target selectors, which is in charge of making the missiles find their target and home in on them and stuff, you know. It is able to detect and keep a list of all the enemies in range, right? So if I have a list of all the enemies in range, if I make that range small, then when the missile explodes, I can just say the enemies in the smaller range there, it all takes damage. And that's all there is to it. I think. I hope. It is kind of funny to look in 3D. I never do it. Even though it's so shit. Everything is like squares and cylinders, but it's still funny. I think I can make this. Let me try. See if I can do it. Missile launcher. It's actually a script that's gonna live on the missile itself. We go to the missile scene, and then we take a look at the range zone. It's gonna be similar to that one. So we can actually copy this. I'll try to add it here. Then we can make it like damage area. Now I immediately realized we're gonna need like area of effect parameter we pass to the missile if it's gonna be possible to upgrade this later. But for now, we could always just adjust the scale of this thing. So I guess just put the scale something like this. You can make it a little bigger in the beginning just to test that it works, you know? And this, does it keep an eligible target list? Yeah, it does. Eligible targets. So when the missile explodes, blah blah blah, damage. Here, apply hit damage. We're gonna do damage area. Export var damage area. The area 3D. Does it have like a certain? Doesn't have a class yet, no? Okay. Damage area. Dot eligible targets. Target in. Area. It's area 3D. That is the hurt box, right? Asking like you know what my stupid script does. So let's explode on all the main hurt boxes on each enemy in range here. So enemy dot main Main hurtbox node. Apply. Hit damage. Okay. Player name, weapon type. Yes. And damage. This is the old one. We're gonna keep it safe. But we're not gonna use it anymore. Area is not used anymore. That's fine. Let's. A new explosion. Does it queue free? Yeah, it does. Okay. See. I believe first try. Okay, damage area is this one. Fine. Now we just need. Oh, those are close to each other. Okay, bro, it deals damage to everyone. Holy. Maybe the AoE is a bit too big. I think it's because it shares shape with the other thing. Make unique. At least it worked, right? Hooray! Okay, so now that didn't work. Over here, maybe they're close enough. Maybe. Oh, there it worked. Nice. I'll make the explosion a little bigger. It actually looks like 5 range is a pretty decent choice. Trying to see how far 5 range is. But it seems so small, like 5 3D. I guess this missile is super tiny. Now that I think about it. So the area here is actually. No, I guess it is still 5 size. Radius 5 meters. Yeah, that's a pretty good range, I think. Like these two are in range of the explosion. That's probably around the max range then. Okay. Maybe it's even a little large right here. But if it's smaller, we might not really see. CET applying. Oh, there we go. The juiciest hits. Oof. Boom. Boom. Too bad he doesn't have enough damage to kill them. Still juicy hits.
Nice job.
Thank you, man. Thank you. That was pretty fast actually, but I could reuse something I had already to target enemies in range. That was why it was so fast to fix it. The just gonna try and verify that it actually kills because it has so low damage. The AoE, I mean, kills. So I have to wait for more to spawn. But it should work since I see the damage numbers. It's so satisfying when the explosions get those laser guys, the armored guys. It actually didn't kill him? Wait a moment. It looks like some of them die, but not all of them. Why doesn't all of them die? For enemy in damage area, eligible targets. Main hurtbox node. Okay, so let's. All of them should have a main hurtbox node. After this is done, it does new explosion. Maybe it queues freeze too fast. Could be. Can make it not visible. Have it wait a little bit before it queue freeze. Test that. And I could add enemy spawner. Well, instead of tweaking the enemy spawner, I can just make everything spawn really fast, I guess. here. Wave cooldown 3 seconds. That should be a lot of enemies. Made a missile explosion big as well. Okay, I have to disable. I have to disable the missile too. It's not enough to just hide it. This guy, did he live?
Is the total damage being reduced across the mobs or being applied equally?
I think it's being applied one by one to all mobs. The same damage. But I have to fix this part. The missile is still like alive now and it keeps doing stuff after it explodes. It's not good. Not sure if I can just disable it or if I will have to like turn off physics process or whatever. Here is the function that applies the damage. It gets the eligible targets stored in the damage area. The damage area here, it's like every time an enemy enters the zone, then it saves that enemy to a list, an array, I guess.
If you take damage up to say 10,000 just for testing and see if they still don't get exploded, but I don't think that's the issue. My only other thought is that the explosion area after impact is slight smaller than the group.
That could be true. Yeah. That could be true. That could be true. I'll test the super big area. Like, I'm hoping on the explosion here, like missile damage here, like I don't think new explosions runs until the for loop is done. And if that's the case, then I don't have to worry about the timing of removing the enemy because it's already done doing the damage here. So the range, eh? Range up to 1,000. I guess the problem with such a big range though might be that I need to get overlapping targets.
Did you anger some kind of bot farm owner?
Bot farm owner. I don't know, man. The stream boo loves me.
That's like the 5th stream book guy today.
Yeah, they are here all the time, man. I don't know. They love me.
I got those for a bit in the beginning, and since years they gave up. But I'm also the kinda guy that tries to recruit Discord scammers into a cult and tries to video call them.
Yeah, I noticed. Okay, let's put this fire rate to 10 seconds. So, and also let's put the enemy spawner here. Where is my world scene? Enemy spawner. $15,000 health every 25 seconds. Okay. Now we go away, we let them spawn, then we try to blow them all up. Die! Hmm. Hmm. Hmm.
What stream book? Are you on a different platform or am I just missing auto bans?
Yeah, it's an auto mod.
Auto-modded stuff, just like you just got auto-modded. Hence I can see and ban them.
Damage area. What about we get
I see. I added a bunch of the view orbits pieces of message to autobahn people lol.
targets in range, explosion range?
Same here, but they still pop up for Swabby and I.
Pa, 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 pa. Damage area dot get overlapping bodies. Yeah. No, not no 3D. It's a array, right? Array. Wow, thank you so much for the Prime Legendary Ninetales. It's like my fourth subscription ever. I appreciate that.
Robson 1 clap, Robson 1 clap, Robson 1 clap.
Really cool, man.
Red card for TDS for reading emotes.
Yeah, I don't know why he does that. I told him not to, but he keeps reading them anyways. Targets in explosion range. Or enemy in
You're welcome.
targets in explosion range. Yeah, thanks a lot, man. Now we're using a different method to choose the enemies, I guess. Get the overlapping enemies. Maybe this works. Like it should blow up mostly anything here. If it works. I don't know. Work. Die! Yep, it works. My wife is probably wondering what I'm doing.
Let's go. Now just put your range back to normal, haha.
I think I should. All right.
I missed what you changed.
Like my my little target tracker, my little area there, it kept track of what enemies had entered its area, right? But it couldn't be trusted. So I did just before the missile explodes, I checked all overlapping bodies in the damage area, and then I blew all of them up. So somewhere it failed to add all the targets to its eligible target list, basically. This part saved it. All right. Missile, collision shape, 5 meters.
Perhaps it was getting them upon when you fired and not when it impacted. Looks like a good fix.
Yeah, looks like the fix works. Hopefully it's gonna not make more issues now. I still could test it with the small enemies that it had trouble with earlier. Now let's see. It should work though. Let's just put the base damage down to something like 300, 200 maybe. Let's put the fire rate at 1 second so it shoots often, or 3. Then I have time to see that they blow up. Wave spawn. World. Wave spawn at 3 seconds. Now the small guys should appear pretty fast. We can test it. Oh, I didn't get the... This was the one I wanted to change. Okay. There they are, small guys.
At legendary Ninetales, aren't you afraid one day Naruto gonna show up and stuff you into his stomach?
Oh no, I'm spawning too many enemies too fast. Oh, they probably got too much health already. It's such a late wave. Player. Missile. 10,000 damage, 100,000 damage.
LOL, nah, he can try though.
Oh, there it hit. Yeah, they all died. Hit these guys. Oh no. Previously freed. Apply hit in a base previously freed on null instance. It was able to target a guy that was about to expire. Previously freed null. Okay. Enemy. The hurt box. Right, the hurt box. I understand. Yeah, because that's something the target selector usually handles for me. It releases the enemies that has already been exploded. I wonder if that is part of the problem. Like, do they share hurt box or something? Enemy dot main hurt box node.
ST0L3 and PogChamp.
This is gonna be like my default balance of the missile launcher, while everything else is gonna do like 2 damage.
LOL.
No more errors, it seems.
Aren't you increase SE?
Rhyme with time. Aren't you impressed? If you're asking if I'm impressed, yes. That was very impressive.
Not like this. You said you didn't have much programming knowledge, but your logic and instincts are good.
Hey, thank you, Legendary Ninetales. I appreciate that. I did always feel like I had a little bit of talent for it, like that I understood the logic a little, but I always struggled with the language since I didn't.
ChatGPT and months of suffering.
Yeah. That helps. Like I always struggled with the putting the logic into the computer. Like I understood how if else worked, but I didn't know how to write it into the code, you know? I don't know how to explain it.
It's easy. You take the magic wand to the temple, extract the dog goo and put it into the codifier.
Ah, that's why I got you, man. Like, teach me this stuff. I think,
Be thankful you're using script and not C++, LOL.
yeah. Is C++ similar to C sharp? I tried C sharp in my previous project and I struggled more. Like I only did 2 projects though. So that was my first
Have to
one.
keep this passion for C++ and for JavaScript. Define similar LOL.
I don't know, like you have to
Dispassion I mean hate.
like type out the little semicolons everywhere. You have to do the stupid things and everything. The brackets. You have to do the this is an integer thing. I do that anyways, though mostly. But yeah, that's what C plus is for me. It's these things. It's these things, and it's this int and stuff. That's the difference between GDScript and C sharp for a new guy like me. GDScript allows me to not bother with all these stupid signs everywhere. I like it. But it wouldn't. I think it would be. I think it would feel good if the missile launcher one-shot the normal enemies, but for it to have like a not overpowered damage, then it would have to have a long cooldown. 2 seconds and 40 damage. That's like pretty much where it's supposed to be damage-wise. If it's gonna reach 200 damage to one-shot something, then it's gonna need like 10 seconds fire rate. And even then, it's still gonna only one-shot wave
Prefer the wiki space
one.
separation to curly brackets, but I do watch 2 other programmers on here that swear on Godot C# cause they want the curlies.
They want the curlies, yeah? I like it without it.
Like with hair, man. Some like curly hair and others like it shaved.
I see. You make everything so easy. But even though they,
You
if
should be writing a lot more code as well. When I was using C++ in Godot, I found out a lot of arguments are treated as variants, so I have to do my own checking or converting before doing what I want. For example, if I have a signal that sends a strong, my connected function would take it in as a variant and I need to make it a string before doing what I want to do with it. This tripped me up initially. Crease 9 kek. I used Project Genova to let me write C++ directly in Godot. ST0L3 and Dino. Praise the wall of text ST0L3 and spread.
yeah, indeed, praise the wall of text. Maybe this text-to-speech guide speaks too much. I'll turn him off and read instead. For example, if I have a signal and it's strong, my connected function would take it as a variant and I need to make it a string before doing what I want to do. But you have it's a string, you mean, I guess, okay? If you have a signal that send a string, my connected function would take it in as a variant. And I need to make it a string. But even if you wrote it like func, my func this string, and like made it a string here, is it still like difficult, or didn't you do that? Legendary tells you tried using C# with Godot and felt I was just fighting with the engine a lot. I see. Curly braces might make it more readable. Yeah, I think it's a habit thing. I don't think if you give like a new student like one month with GDScript and then one month with the curly brackets, I don't think he's gonna say like, oh, the curly brackets make it easier to see where I am. Kind of, I doubt it. I think it's a habit. That would cause it to error out and crash when a signal was emitted. By have variants. Yeah. So this didn't work then, Blackwater. I guess not, right? Just make sure, like, say that the argument that is coming in is a string. Maybe that's not how it looks in C++ either. Maybe you can't do that. Let's try 10 seconds. Fire rate 1. Max range 10. Base multi-shot 1. World. Cooldown of waves 10 seconds. Enemy health 1200. Okay. So earlier we did 6 enemies. We killed them in 30 seconds. At this rate, the missile launcher is gonna kill exactly 3 enemies. Yeah, unless he AoEs them, I guess. It is the intended DPS. Let's see, 30 seconds. So what you would usually have is like also a machine gun and a missile launcher. See how it feels. I guess you get an insta-kill as well. That's pretty powerful. Saves it a little bit. They have 40 health more than they should have. Why do they have 40 health more than they should have? Enemy. PD. Basic. Health. Get enemy health, root, enemy type. Times enemy count. So it's this one that is fucking it up, I guess. Current wave. 1 plus wave number times. Yeah. Should be. Wave number -1. Yeah. Okay. It shouldn't scale at wave 1. Is the thing. Yeah, I recently did learn about the control clicking. I try to use it more now. Happens I forget it though. A very good tip. Like I spent way too long before I knew. Control D as well is nice to jump to similar words. Armored 0-1 health like that. Forge. Enemy type. Very handy. Changing their names at the same time, yeah. You can do changing the name with like searching for something here and then Control R and then say what you want to replace it with. But you have to be a bit careful. Like if I, for example, would change the word health, right? If imagine there's a variable named health and I wanted to change that everywhere, then I would also change these, which are only a part of a name, you know? So you have to be a bit careful when you do the Control F, replace all. So in the source codes, we have a variant arg size of e args plus 1, e args, variant. You can change the search parameter to full word. Find match case whole word. Ah, that's a good idea. A very good idea. Nice. Nice. You're not as dumb as you look. I just have to fire some shots back at you because you've been poking me today. So why did you choose to do it in C++, Gator? Like, is it for performance or is it that you wanted to try it? It's stupid that you have to do that though. I wonder if there's a way around it. Seems so silly. I made missile launcher AoE. But at that point, when you have to like convert a variable to a string after you pass it, like I guess GDScript already does it, right? So, or does GDScript pass it as a string? I mean, like, doesn't that take a little bit of extra power at least? A little bit of performance if you have to do that on every function? Or is it only on signals? Ah, you were curious how it works. You had the guy who made the dev from Genova. Ah, I don't know Project Genova. It is cool that he watched your video. Cool, man. Very cool. Ah. What to do now? Mr. Launcher, check. I wonder if I can make, if I can get my hands on a bit better explosions. Like when explosion grows in size, they're a bit more lame. They're like you see so much smoke, you don't see so much the explosion anymore. Hmm. You know, could be the lighting, maybe adding like a little. I already added one flashbang effect to the explosion though. But yeah, look at that. Like it's only smoke, man. Like it's no flames, no nothing. I have to make it better eventually. Like that one was good, but now I'm pretty close. Let's say I'm far back here. That's still good. What about from the one that was bad was from below, right? Let's try one from below on this guy. He might shoot someone else though. That one was bad. So it's the angle. If it's the angle, I guess I could rotate the effect towards the player. Like a billboard explosion. There is gonna be a lot of shots from below, maybe. Maybe, baby. It seems like it's from below. It's really bad. Gray-haired microscope VD streamboo.com. They have they have really nice names, these streamboo guys. Gray-haired microscope VD. All right. Should we do one more thing before I go get ready for dinner? Procedural generation RNG. Let's take a look at that. Because I wonder why it's not already RNG. It's like the noise map. I guess it's a seed on the noise map. Mining block. I don't have it open. Not this one. Block spawner. Here, chunk creator. This is the noise map. This is the frequency, simplex smooth. So how can I make a seed for the noise map? Or rather, random. Maybe I just don't export it. Maybe I just make it when the game starts. Just make the noise map in ready and then set the frequency and the noise type. Perlin, that's what I use in Minecraft. Perlin noise. Perlin. I wonder how big of an area this noise map represents. There's a preview of a noise map in the inspector. How big of an area XYZ does that represent? I guess it's range of XYZ values. More accurate. I also wonder how to make it like I have a noise map. Noise map, Perlin, but it's always the same. You get RNG generated noise map used for my procedural generation. Do I just create a noise map in ready? Or do I have to shift the values by a random float at start? What is the normal way to do this? Ah, look at that. So funny. I wonder how that generation will look in game. Probably like oh, a lot of high values. Oh, the music is gone. Let's get some explosives. A lot of gold. How does it look further down here? Also a lot of gold. Holy. Gold for days. Jackpot. Berlin noise, rigid. Ping pong. It seems like the opposite of rigid. Value. Oh, interesting. Huh. Berlin. Simplex, smooth. Cellular. Huh. Cellular is interesting as well. Seems like that would be good for creating like zones with a lot of loot in them. I wonder if cellular is better than what I have. Looks weird. Hmm. Yeah, so the higher frequency, the smaller the pockets of nodes will be. Yeah. Hmm. It exposes the seed property. Huh. But does it? Oh, here's the seed. Jesus. Lead 42069. That's the best seed, I heard. 0.1. Berlin noise. Grab the fractal type. PM. Come here, balls. Wonder when I'm gonna color my rope. I think I should put the rope in the back of the player so that you don't see like the little attachment point here. Okay, so the noise map we have already here. No. Creative ready. Noise map. Seed. The seed is, it's directly under the noise map. Noise map, what kind of type is it? Noise, fast, noise, light. Fast, noise, light. Can I now access the seed? Yes,
Still
seed.
seems convoluted. Thickery 31 sip.
Yeah, the C++ thing. Okay, so now let's just remember.
Yes.
Yeah. Bit tough. Let's just remember that next to this kettle thing, whatever giant smelter, there is an iron ore barely sticking out here. Okay. Now let's change the seed to 5,000. Okay. Host. Yes. Haha. Now it's different. If we now just make like a random float. In the range from 0 to 200,000. I don't know how much you have to change the seed to like.
Once you add anime titties to your game, it's perfect. No critiques. Ship it to Steam. Promising huge changes and run with the big bag. Smiley face.
Yes. It seems like the it seems like just a small noise value changes this completely. Doesn't really matter though, like it's free to set a random float in a large range. You can just do that. But yeah, even if I had like only 10 different seeds, that would be very different maps, all 10 of them, it seems. Okay, so this time there's a hole just in front of this thing. And then we do it again. Yes, now there's a block here. Perfect. Now we got random generation. Why does it complain though? Is it because it needs an integer? The rand int? Is that a thing? Rand I? Yo, Dr. Ham, thank you so much. We did it. Yes. 2 blocks and then open. Just double checking it works with the integer generation too. Yeah. This is different. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now it looks like a penis down there. We restart. It is gone. Perfect. And just in time for some delicious dinner too. Procedural generation. Waves. Weapons. Mining blocks. Procedural. Or what should we call it? Random seeds for procedural generation. Daily added seeds for procedural generation. Like, look at everything we did today compared to like the past few days. But of course, it's a bit. Some of these things might have their own issues and take a while. But I still think today I think was very. We got a lot done today. For sure. For certainly. Any suggestions for a cool guy or woman you want to watch that does some game deving?
You.
Yeah, but I'm gonna eat. Thank you though.
Hee hee hee. My devs are all in bed, crease 9 cac.
I see. Okay, we'll find someone then. C#, that's what you loved, right? Or is it C++ specifically you liked? I saw this guy, Firebelly. Did you guys see him? I saw him once do work on like a roguelike game of some sort. You could check him out. Yeah, he's still doing that game. That looked kind of cool. I think he is quite good.
Go feed that mind so dinner. We'll miss that beautiful head of hair relief face.
I need to cut my hair. I got a lot of comments on it last time I went to a party. That was a few weeks ago. All right, I got a guy for you. Make sure to say hello as you go there. And have a nice evening, guys. Thanks for watching.
No. Neutral face sad.